The Reload Elite Series is finally underway. New duos are fighting for a share of the $2.5 million prize pool and their place at the Reload Elite Series Championship being held at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh later this year. With the first set of heats wrapped up, the top duos from around the world are locked in. So, let's take a look at some of the teams you should look out for during this weekend's Qualifier Finals. Starting off in Europe, two competitive powerhouses have formed a duo, Vico and Malabuka. Them joining forces have paid off big time, earning them an impressive 3 victory royales in 69 eliminations across their 8 games. They finished a massive 82 points clear of second place King and Hero, instantly marking themselves as one of the strongest contenders to be among the first duos to lock in a spot in Riyadh. The long-lasting synergy of Danish duo Sky and Scroll took the top spot in their group. No small feat, considering other powerful duos stood in their way. Their ability to execute mid to late game rotations to perfection and claiming crucial placement points while doing so meant they placed inside of the top 3 in 5 of their 8 games, showing that consistency really pays off, even against elite competition. EU Heat 3 was razor thin, with just 6 points separating first and second place, but it was Momsy and Sato who ultimately came out on top. Averaging just under 7 eliminations per game and securing 2 victory royales, they proved that they can thrive in high-pressure lobbies where every fight and every point matters. Lastly, the top 5 in EU Heat 4 was packed with familiar names, but it was iDrop and Marius who rose their way to the top. Utilizing their central map drop spot at Slurpy Swamp allowed them to rotate to all corners of the map with ease. That, along with their years of combined experience, meant they were able to clear second place Darman Demas by 45 points. With fellow first place finishers Vico and Malabuka landing at the same spot at the Qualifier Finals, it's going to take more than just experience to secure their place in Riyadh. Over in NA Central, the competition was just as fierce. Heat 1 was stacked, but it was the combination of Acord's unparalleled in-game leadership and the fragging power of Bolts that secured them the first place in their group. Their ability to consistently place well through the heat, finishing inside the top 3 in 6 of their 8 games, made them one of the most reliable duos heading into the Qualifier Finals. Following an explosive year in 2025, her Arc, now pairing up with Kanata, one of the most decorated players in competitive Fortnite's history, was always going to lead to some pop-off moments. And the Reload Elite Series heats were no different. Their aggressive and loud playstyle led to high elimination games across the heat, securing them valuable points. Who needs a VR when you can just rack up elims the way they do? The lobby in NAC Heat 3 was filled with big names, but only 5 duos could make it through to this weekend's Qualifier Finals. While Clix and Higgs impressed with a 3rd place finish, it was actually former trio teammate Iamzo and his new duo partner Josh who ultimately claimed first place. With Iamzo bringing years of experience and Josh providing the firepower, now the question is whether they can carry that momentum into the Qualifier Finals. To no one's surprise, the kings of NAC, Peterbot and Poyo, are back together again. But they had their work cut out for them to make sure they took the top spot in NAC Heat 4. Cold and Rapid really put the pressure on, earning themselves over 500 points in the leaderboard. But this is Peterbot and Poyo we're talking about. With 84 eliminations in 8 games and 3 victory royales, they soared their way to first in the group. A truly dominating performance and something I'm sure they'll want to repeat again this weekend. These are just some of the duos you'll see fighting for their spot at the Reload Elite Series Championship. The competition is stacked, so make sure to tune in February 7th to see who will earn their place.
Welcome to the Fortnite Reload Elite Series. This is the first of 4 qualifier finals, and the opportunity to compete for a $2.5 million prize pool has everyone hyped up and ready to drop in. I'm Frankie Ward. I'm so excited to be back. It's like the first day of school, and joining me in the classroom are 112K and Reese Hub. Reese, it's been a while. How are you?
I'm absolutely fantastic. It has been a little bit, but I'm happy to be back.
And 11, running like the cat who got the cream. You're delighted to be rejoined with your old mate here.
Of course. You know, me and Zeke and Reese, we used to run it back in the Chapter 2 days here on the analyst desk. So it's good to have my friend Reese back, and hopefully he's not too rusty on the analyst desk today.
We'll see.
We have to wait, though. We will see. We've got to wait, though, a while before we get back into the FNCS action, which is where we last saw Reese joining us on the desk, because we've got a brand new format for you today. This is the Fortnite Reload Elite Series. So let's take a look, Levin, at the format for this series all the way to the championship in August.
Yeah, look, Reload's different game mode. We've all played it, but very similar structure to how FNCS is structured, right, Reese? You have the opens, the play-ins, and the players all who are competing today were players who were top 5 in their heat last weekend. And I think one of the biggest differences you'll see here, of course, is that Reload, shorter games, which means we're giving you the same amount of total Fortnite, right? We have 8 games today rather than the typical 6 you'd see on an FNCS broadcast.
Absolutely. You know, you could equate this to a grand finals from an FNCS if you've not watched this before. Yeah. So the players that we're watching here are at the highest caliber EU has to offer.
I'm really excited to see the fast and furious games that we've got for you guys today. Because actually, if we take a look at the weapon stats from the European Heats, Reese, we'll see that shotguns are king here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, one of the major differences between Battle Royale and Reload is just the lack of Storm Surge, and that is completely reflected in the damage stats. In Battle Royale, on the left, you see ARs take up 48% of the damage dealt by players, whereas in Reload, it's 15%. You know, you're just trying to farm players out of the sky with them for the most part, but the actual damage total is pretty minor, and that leaves these shotguns to take up the vast majority of that instead. 65% of the damage is dealt by shotguns total in Reload in comparison to 45 in build. So, you know, let's be real. We're seeing a lot of action in endgame and mid-game and all those early game fights, which is people getting up close and fighting rather than just sitting in, you know, in towers, which I know everyone loves to watch.
Yes, I'm glad. We ain't got to worry about all that Storm Surge stuff in the mid-game today. It's just about scrapping and making sure you're getting to endgame with enough loot. So, yeah, again, one of those big differences. I think, you know, when I'm looking at one of the really big differences, of course, is obviously just the loot people actually using, right? Like, what are players carrying on a game-to-game basis is what I'm curious about.
And they're not carrying the Morphite hand cannon, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, look, Frankie, I know you're a big fan of the hand cannon, and I know you put in work with that hand cannon, but for the players in this lobby, I think it'll be a bit more difficult to use. I think the biggest shock here when you're looking at the damage numbers, right, of each of these weapons, Sentinel Shotgun being the most, right, is somewhat of a surprise. Reese, I know you're a big Sentinel Shotgun hater. What do you like about the Sentinel pump?
Look, that's an understatement. I don't know what other word I would use, but I am a hater of the Sentinel Shotgun.
In Fortnite,
I know, it's not might be. I am the biggest Sentinel Shotgun hater. To see it here actually boils my blood to see this top. Structure damage, that's the one big thing, right? It deals a huge amount of structure damage, so box fighting is incredibly strong. So to see it at the top doesn't really surprise me, but at the same time, the Morphite shotgun has such a higher base damage, so like those minimums are much greater with the Morphite in comparison to that. I'm hitting 38s every time I'm using the Sentinel pump, and I'm like, I'm just dropping this. Picking up, you know, a Morphite, it's getting hundreds over and over and over again.
Until the late game as well, in this mode of Fortnite, Reese, you can respawn. You've got unlimited reboots, right? But you don't want to go down because that's going to make you extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm going to give some really deep analysis. Don't get knocked. That's the main thing here, right?
Yeah.
The whole core of the mode is that you can respawn out of the sky, of course. It's great. If you've played it, you know how it goes. But in a competitive match, it's completely different, right? Every single time I play one of these tournaments, I'm like, oh, I love Reload ranked. I'm going to jump in. And I am the player who gets rebooted and gets farmed out of the sky over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then it makes it not so fun for me. And in a lobby like this, you've got the best aimers in the world. If you're getting respawned out of the sky, good luck getting back into the match after that.
No chance, no chance. The map is just too small to allow that to happen, right? That is one of the biggest differences we will see here. And I think that the big thing with that is obviously you have this dynamic where it's probably harder to recover, right? Because in traditional Battle Royale, there are scenarios where you can sort of run deep into Storm where nobody is, get your reboot off and recover your game. Here though, with how small it is, everyone's gonna see you in those situations. However, there is so much more loot in this tiny compressed map. Per player, right? You have 30% more chests per player. We're playing on the Slurp Rush map. Environmental shields are in abundance. 300% more environmental shields compared to the Battle Royale map. So if you are in situations where you're able to survive getting respawned and you don't get found out the sky like maybe Reese and I would, there are opportunities for you to get your loot back.
Well, we'll be talking more about who'll be taking those opportunities in a short while. But before then, let's check in with our commentators. They are, of course, Taco and Takata.
Fortnite family, we have missed you so much, and coming in hot today with a lot of jam-packed action for the Reload Elite Series Finals, Takata, we've seen the sequence of events take place, opens to play-ins to the heat groups, and now we are here waiting to see what's at stake because they are really higher than ever.
Oh yeah, we're here in a completely new playing ground. Like you were mentioning, we've had heats, which is the closest to this, but taking a look at the format, it is going to be 60 points for the VR, and if you look at the bottom left, it's 3 points per elimination, so total of 20 elims to equivalent that win. But Taco, it's a little different than the quals.
For sure, because unlike opens and play-ins, heats and today's finals are going to have no elimination cap. So those 3 points can easily surmount a very nice lead. And you're going to want that because the leaderboard, the prizing, $30,000 up for grabs for coming in first for today's competition. That's not the only thing that's on the line here, Takata.
Oh yeah, if you get top 3, you will be qualifying yourself to the Reload Elite Series Championship LAN, where you can compete for another $1 million prize pool. Taco, the stakes are at an all-time high.
Yeah, I mean, tons of goodies on the line, not to mention everybody has their own share of player pride that's going to be involved in the mix. Realistically, Takata, I know that today is going to be just a lot of scrappy fighting, and that's exactly what we're always open for. But we got to see more about what Frankie, Reese, and Levin have to say for the rest of today's action.
Thank you very much, guys. Game 1 will be underway shortly, but first of all, let's take a look at the drop map because we've got to talk about. In fact, we're not going to take a look at the drop map just yet because we're going to take a look at the lobby list, guys. You can tell it's my first day back in the office, and I'm so excited to see so many huge names here, Levin.
I mean, wow. Some great names. Look, we got so much talent. You look at the likes of Vico Malabuka, Ping and Kiro, top players, combat picks. That's just the top row, Reese. If you keep going down, it gets even better. You got the likes of Sky and Scroll, Sharkintini, Chino, Pablo. There's so many goats in this lobby.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams here that are obviously some of the best in EU. You know, Mumsy, Sato, guys we haven't really thought of much, but they are huge elims. They're the second highest elims out of anyone coming through into the heat. I drop Marius is looking good as well. Chino, Pablo, like some of the best names that I'm sure are going to give us a ton of entertainment today.
Snozq and Vexia, a team that's very underrated. They've been in good form in EU in recent weeks. Are they going to shock the world today and show people they are a top EU team definitively? Like, there's just so much talent, so much potential here.
I was going to chime in with a 11-2K style note, but that's actually not true. Anything could happen. However, we do need to take a closer look at Slurpy Swamp because we've got a triple contestation situation, Resub. Yes, that is genuinely a word in the Oxford English Dictionary. And arguably, it's going to be incredibly tough because Vico and Malabuka, the hotly picked favorites, I guess, in this lobby are going to be landing there.
Yes, by me. I'm picking them to do the best out of the 3 teams we've got dropped here. Look, we've got 2 of the teams that are dropping and going against them here. The reason I'm going to Vico Malabuka, coming through into the heat, 69 elims total in across their heat. When you compare that to anyone, as I mentioned, Sato's team was the second highest with only 53. And a lot of those elims were by just farming players off spawn, which was Robab, as we can see right here, right? So a lot of their strategy revolved around being able to fight the teams off spawn next to them. So I'm not thinking it's looking too good for iDrop, who's contesting them. More importantly, though, I'm playing a tournament right after this with Vico himself. So I'm rooting him on because if he doesn't do good, I don't want him to do bad in 2 tournaments in a row in the same day. I think that's too much for one man's mental.
Look, I know it's been a couple years since you done this whole analyst thing on the broadcast, Reese, but you know, I think we're starting to see a bit of the rust here, man. Look, of course, Malibuca and Vico are top, right? We can never doubt that. In fact, they've been probably my favorite reload team to watch so far, and I think uncontested things would look a lot better for them, but they're just not, right? Going up against iDrop and Marius game after game, 50-50, in which is what both teams are suggesting is what's going to happen. You know, you're just not likely to come out of it looking good, especially since we just haven't really seen something like this in a top level reload game, right? This is probably the best reload lobby we would have ever watched at a competitive level, which is why I'm leaning more towards Chap and Flixie, man. They got two dogs landing on the west side who are going to be barking and sniffing around the POI, giving them problems when they decide to, right? Landing on that west side means they have the options. They have the, you know, possibilities of getting involved in that fight and third party in it where necessary. And when it looks a bit too messy and they don't want to get involved, they can just dip and leave, right? And it's a less committal. There's more options. I think on paper, it's not the exciting pick, but I think it's the common sense pick of just who's most likely to do best out of this triple con situation. And so I'm going to say Flixie and Chap come out on top. And I think it works out so good for them that they take one of the top 3 slots and qualify for LAN today.
I think what you're saying is the easy pick. That's really it.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just chiming in here because I can't believe no one's saying iDrop and Marius. Like, Marius had such a big 2025, and iDrop is who everyone was talking about at the start of Chapter 7, so I can't wait to see what trouble they're going to cause at Slurpy Swamp. But we've got more trouble ahead for these duos, because landing to the south of Sky and Scroll, but also Demus and Dom, our Polish powerhouse duo, are landing to the north, Levin.
Yes, this is a really good situation for them, Reese, right? We've sat here and talked about Slurpy Swamp being a great POI, and one of the biggest benefits of landing Slurpy Swamp is that center map positioning. And so they get that center map positioning without actually having to land that Slurpy and get involved in all that mess. This is really set up for them to do well today.
Absolutely. And, you know, if you know anything about Reload, where you see these supply drops spawn, that just shows you where the next zone's going. And then being mid-map, they have access to go to any of those as quickly as they're possible. Their coach, Sven, has already messaged me earlier in the week asking about it. So I know they're super prepped. Best position in the map for the most part. I definitely expect these guys to come into top 5.
Hang on, Reese, are you coaching Coach Sven?
No, I would never. I would never be the source of information for lots of people. I would never do that. I would never dip my fingers in there.
Sounds like Reese
Source
might
of information
have some
for the whole
favourites.
Fortnite com.
Whose favourite, though, is Sky and Scroll going into this one? Are they yours, Levin?
Look, I think ultimately, right, when you look at competitive Fortnite in EU in 2026 across Reload and Battle Royale, you have to say Sky and Scroll have just been the best team in EU, right? Like, they've just been so impressive in all the modes. And I think their biggest advantage today in this lobby, Reese, is that in a very chaotic Reload game, in a world where right now people are trying to figure out really what the meta of Reload is, and this is the first real test of what that is, a team like this where their chemistry is just so important. You look at the gameplay right now on your screens, the shockwaves make these endgames so chaotic, but these guys are so on the same page. They think the same, they play, you know, interchangeably at times, which will just give them a big advantage in this lobby.
Yeah, they've always figured out that meta, which allows them to play that chemistry so well. And in this, for the most part, they're just playing a lot of low ground because players are just shockwaving and chopping players out. How do you prevent that? Just go in the bottom layer. That's it. And that's basically what they're doing for the most part.
Can we actually switch focus slightly to the west side of the map just quickly while we have time? Because there's a Danish duo we haven't spoken about, and that is obviously Pablo Wingo and Chino. Reese, I'm incredibly excited to see them in this lobby, but do you think they're going to be in our top 3 tonight?
Oh, almost definitely. They're probably one of our best and most simple picks. Like, looking into last year, these were 2 of the best players undoubtedly on the region. You know, you had a FNCS win a second and then a really good placing at Globals despite being contested. They're one of the also teams who've come from a trio and then just stayed together as a duo to actually perform. You know, if you look through EU, most players have split up and gone a completely different way. This is proven success, so I'm interested to see how they end up doing here in Reload as well.
I don't have much to add other than the fact that they are crazy at the game.
Why is Fredoxy not making it into the lobby tonight, though?
If I speak, prefer not to speak. You know, let's just say Fredoxy's a top player. I love Fredoxy. That's my guy. But you know, he's probably just not been as locked in as Pablo and Chino in 2026 when it comes to the Fortnite. At least we'll say that.
Okay, Fortnite recession indicator. Frankie Ward making things really awkward on the desk. Right, it is time for game number 1 of the Fortnite Reload Elite Series. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Come on, man. You know I'm always ready.
He's always ready! And so hopefully our attacker won to Carter.
Look, Frankie, one thing's for sure, Reload stocks at an all-time high here today. And with the Elite Series Finals, first of 4, it's crazy to think about, Takata. It has been a huge challenge, so many teams to overcome, even to make it into those heats in the first place. And now to see this set lobby play out in real time. We've got 8 matches that we're going to be breaking down, and this is just the first of many.
Oh yeah, and to reiterate, we literally have not seen this caliber of competition in a Reload tournament before. So small things like upgrading your Morphite weapons, you're not going to get as many free tags to do that. Recovering from a knock or an elim. Once these players hear that rift in the sky, you're getting laser beamed in half a second. I mean, these players know what they're doing, and the battle bus is ready. So let's head right in to game 1.
Might as well call it Reboot Doomsday, because that's what it's going to feel like if you find yourself on the receiving end of those early eliminations. For some teams, it will be absolute feasting, others potential famine, but they're all trying to avoid it, and everyone just aiming to try and climb as high on that leaderboard as possible. But Malabuka and Vico, they waste absolutely no time. Eyedrop immediately going to be extinguished from the lobby. And Maria's forced to just try and retreat, see if he can maybe create a little bit of space here. But you know, Vico, Malabuka, they are going to be on the hunt now. And they're not the only ones. I mean, you've also got Chap and Flixie nearby. But get a little bit of a run back of how it went down. Eyedrop just not as swifty on the drop there. Malabuka just beaming him the moment he turns around.
Drop diff. Eyedrop Marius, though, now pushing on to Vico in a 2v1. Not only getting the knock, full elim. Now, what I'm keeping in mind as well, the surrounding areas. One of the favorites, Sky and Scroll, will also be looking to later capitalize on this engagement. But for now, it looks like there's going to be a bit of calmness to the storm.
It seemed a little bit greedy there from Vico. He wanted to try and just further pressure Eyedrop, just continue stacking up eliminations, because keep in mind, 3 points apiece. That is a big way to build up a lead here. But now Malabuka, Vico, forced to retreat, although temporary. Pixopsy also lurking in the distance, but Darm and Deemish, they've already made their presence known. They seem as if they're also looking to get involved over by Slurpy Swamp. Far east, though, Shark, Teeny. And there were rumors of potential splits here between Momsy and Sato. Didn't really anticipate that these two teams would want to immediately clash head-to-head. Dirty Dogs certainly a POI that can be split both ways.
Yeah, we were kind of having talks. Will they be fighting each other? I mean, they're some very aggressive teams, but both elite veterans in the Fortnite space. So especially with the zone pulling far, the game plays out so fast. The map's so small. You can take those ticks early on, but we were talking about it. You know, that storm sickness, especially in a finals lobby, might end up being a bit prevalent. But Haris now in pink, playing the aggressive game.
Under this, he's just trying to see if he can bring down Pota's side. He's going to have to hope that Asa's going to be able to back him up here, but dropped into the water. Some nice shots exchanged, but Pota's side, they're going to wind up just looking for an even trade here. Well played to Pink to cover fire, but Pota's side, he'll be forced for the reboot. Asa just doing what he can to try and scramble here. It's just so tough. Forced to retreat as deep as possible into Boom and base, but Pink, they know that what kind of advantage they have to work with. And not only that, but these reboots are also going to draw the attention of some other teams. Pink, now just looking to tag team Asa. He's doing everything in his power to just buy a little bit more time for his duo. And we still got trouble building at Slurpy. Eyedrop one more time, going to bring it to Malabuka, only this time it's revenge. A nice elimination here to even up the score. Now 2 eliminations in total for Eyedrop and Vico. Malabuka maybe back to the drawing board here. I know our analyst desk was riding really high on Vico and Malabuka's performance in their heats, and for good reason. Those guys came out on top in Heat 1, and it didn't even seem all that close. They were really in control, but at the same time, Eyedrop and Marius, this is just a whole different tier of duos that you're dealing with.
This is what I love about Reload. You can go down off spawn and still have a chance to make that comeback and win that engagement. Eyedrop with 2 eliminations now as zones closed in. They're kind of taking pop shots back and forth at each other, but no full commit yet. We do have a duo on the edge of zone. It's going to be Flixie and Co just kind of looking back, listening to the shots, but so far, we got a bit of farming time.
Well, Chap's already found 2 eliminations himself. Maybe a little bit of a review here for how that went down. Some nice pressure onto Comeback. Chap, Flixie. Man, that is just the last thing you want to see on the other side, breaking down your walls. But Martius and iDrop, I'm really impressed by the message they are sending very early on here. What initially seemed like it was going to ride heavily in Malibuca and Vico's favor. No, that bit of pushback, that could be kind of the opening scenes towards maybe creating a little bit of hesitation. And in this sort of format, with Reload being so fast action, I mean, Flixie, Chap, another elimination. Chap just already 9 points off elims. And Pix, Comeback, this is going to be very problematic now because Pix doesn't have a whole lot of builds left to work with either. Not the loadout you want to see. I mean, maybe he can come out huge with this Sentinel shotgun, but at the same time, Takada, when you've got Flixie and Chap who just look so healthy, so stacked, you know that they're going to keep trying to punish Comeback from the sky.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. You know, Reboot's technically disabled later on in the match, but for Pix and Comeback here, with the amount of teams around them, I mean, you could basically count Comeback as his Reboot's almost being disabled as well with the amount of times he might get farmed here. We'll see, though. For Chap and Flixie, they are making use of their surroundings, getting those hard mats, and there's still quite a few players playing the Ticks and Storm, making the way as Next Zone has appeared.
Still very impressive, though. The kind of claims that Chap and Flixie have right now, a good position, and the fact that they can hold Pix for so long, it is just going to be so detrimental for Comeback and Pix's match development here. But Scroll, Sky, ready to get the party started for Crumpet. And the main thing here, too, that a lot of people are kind of keeping in the back of their minds, I mean, Sky and Scroll, they had a very phenomenal Chapter 6 Takada, but not only that, Scroll also riding off the back of that solo series win, and like that is a huge accomplishment. But we know that they have big fighting power behind them, and so many teams now starting to kind of pull in from the surrounding areas. Bit of a riskier rotate by Ping and Kyoto, hoping that they're high up enough to kind of extend themselves outside of that render distance, but they are very low on the white HP right now, just hoping that they can touch down uncontested, essentially.
Feeling the nerves now. Glider is going to be heard at the distance they are, so we'll hope that they were able to make it down successfully. Pablo and Chino, I got high hopes for this duo. As you can see, there is 2 shockwaves in Pablo's inventory. As a reminder, you know, the cap that you can hold has been lowered to 4 from originally the 6 that you could, so when you had one player holding all the shocks and splitting now, you know, that's a whole zone difference potentially. We'll see if it actually takes into effect later on, but
mild concerns, though, about how deep they were tucked away towards that south end of Fort Crumpet. I mean, having to make their way back over the hill when you know that there's already a couple of teams also based up around you, but supply drops have landed, and as Reese already alluded to, that is a good directional lead, and everyone is already on the move. Happy and Lisha just hoping that they can claim it. Big scenes, though, for Amasa and Podesai. They seem to have escaped that initial struggle there between Pink and Haris, and the Bear Army continues to rise through for the moment. But Prism, Casper, Fort Crumpet still a little bit of leverage here with the height holds, but can't really anticipate that teams are going to give very many opportunities for clear knocks or eliminations here. Casper and Prism are really going to have to lock in for it. Just trying to see if they can level up their more fights along the way.
Yeah, still green. I mean, it just shows the experience of the players in this lobby, making it so much more tough to get those tags. And also to clarify on your kind of airdrop comment that, you know, the next zone will have those airdrops in it. It's interesting. I know they were saying on the desk that some coaches are trying to figure out like one step ahead. It's like not only do the airdrops show the location of where the next one will be, but how can you
figure out
how to predict where they're gonna go? You know, it's like
Takada, if there's one thing I know for sure is that EU coaches always do their homework, and I mean, you know, not to discredit anybody on the NA side, I know a lot of the EU fellows also like to represent their NA teams, but Sven is by far a very leading mind in the Fortnite scenes, okay? You know he's always got a game plan figured out, and especially with the Polish powerhouse Darm and Dimish to follow behind him, that is a very spooky team to try and contend with.
Yeah, let's see it happen. I'm excited. So many big names. I mean, every name in this lobby has what it takes to get the job done, but I drop Marius. Not only being contested by one of the top duos, but you know, they also are one of the lead competitors to have what it takes. Sky and Scroll, fan favorites as well. The Danish Demons, they're getting gassed up on EU right now. You were even talking about it. No eliminations, but being on con, they are taking the safer route, and in the end game is where we're going to see them shine.
Just wait to see how they choose to really try and be some low ground demons. It's a layer that they definitely feel very comfortable with, but all these teams just try and scurry off, get set up into their positions, because things are really about to start heating up here. Takada reboots soon to disable the moment that we took over into the start of 7th zone, so that's something that everybody has to keep in mind here, is that once you are eliminated, you are not coming back the moment that this zone closes and 7th is launched. So I think that so many players, they really just want to make sure they're fixated in their positions before things really kick off.
Oh, but for Marius, it's looking incredibly dangerous as he gets knocked down by Shark, and now the focus from iDrop, he's also cracked, gets eliminated right beside him. There's just 40 seconds left until respawns are completely disabled. So these players now are feeling the nerves.
But they're just gone. They're toast. Shark and Teeny just absolutely decimating them. And that's the dangerous part about some of these crash pad rotates, or even when you're looking to shockwave forward, you don't want to draw the lobby focus, but it's hard to stay concealed, especially with how congested everything gets. I mean, the map's just not big enough for everyone. And Vico, Malabuka, this is a very problematic scenes currently, as Vico wishes that he could find some kind of an opening here. Malabuka will manage to touch down just in time, but he's still going to be rather scuffed in comparison to some of these other teams. They're going to need a big refresh here. All the while, Shark and Teeny, they just continue to stay put. They've got a really strong position, and they're also very aware of that team holding down high in the distance, Prism and Casper.
Yeah, great job looking back onto the rotates here. They just don't want to get buried in the dirt when all the players start rotating towards them. Chat Flixie going through, or Malabuka, I believe, was eliminated, picking up some of the loot.
Chap and Flixie, though, they don't want to get caught out and just stuck. Sure, you always want to rotate when everybody else is, but when there are already some teams kind of leading more towards that front side of zone, it can be very difficult to actually break through into those positions. Hadis and Pink, though, they've managed to stay a little bit more committed towards these low ground areas, and grappler there for Hadis, but crash pads could pose a threat here. They don't want to let anybody else follow suit behind them. Pablo and Chino just gonna get some friendly fire shots there. It's all about Pink, and it is just trying to claim their positionings here as Chino, Pablo are gonna send themselves forward. So many teams underneath. Chap, Flixie still taking their time, though. They don't want to strike just yet. Don't want to overexpose yourself.
I love Pablo and Chino's position right now. Not only like literally, but the loadout they have, the mats, looking incredibly healthy to close out the later section of this game. Moving zones are already about to begin, and they are lined up perfectly to make something solid happen.
Only a matter of time, too, before Chino and Pablo potentially start setting up for some of these pre-edits in case they have teams that maybe look to try and pull up from behind them. A lot of lurking taking place, though. Ping and Kiro. Now, this is a team that could definitely pop off. People aren't wary of their positioning, but Shark, Teeny, they'll waste no time. They're going to immediately catapult themselves towards front side zone. Just box up for a moment. Maybe they can look back, try to see if there's anybody to pick off, but for the most part, Takada, they're looking to just take this open battle with Asa and Podesai if they choose to actually keep trying to challenge on those walls. Instead, it could even be a little bit of a cutoff here. Sky and Scroll now beginning to make their move through this secondary high, a little bit more towards that mid-ground position. They don't need to drop just yet, and they want to be careful not to get caught out inside of the water either. So many of the other teams seemingly struggling to keep their mats healthy.
A potential difficult pull here. It's almost safe to assume that it's gonna pull back, but it is gonna go towards the east. Chino Pablo now quick to rotate up ahead of zone. They have to be careful though with the pressure above. Got to be aware of the shockwaves below. It's so much more things to keep in mind now with the pure chaos of Reload. Shark though, he's lost Teeny, playing as a solo once again ahead, but this is the game mode where you have the opportunity to clutch it alone.
If anything, this is probably the best opportunity that you'll have is in a Reload format. We saw so many solo clutches even taking place throughout the Heat group. So Twek and Midro, though, all alone in the high ground. It doesn't seem like anybody's actually noticed that they're just tarping overhead, but it could still be a incredibly dangerous position to try and lock down. Keep in mind those shockwaves, crash pads, it can be very difficult to kind of keep tabs on everything, and their builds maybe not as healthy as they would like them to be for holding down this high ground position. But with everybody getting so smothered in the layers down below, Chap, Flixie, they know they've got to just keep trying to break through. But Shark, as a solo, he just burning through material so quickly. He needs to get out of sight of the high ground team, so he'll be forced to transition down into a lower layer, but he doesn't want to go to ultimate low just yet. He's got to wait until he's a little bit further back towards backside of zone because he needs a big refresh. He's got to catch somebody else off guard.
Yeah, no mobility. He's gonna have to ride the wave here, playing backside slowly. But there is an unexpected visitor knocking on his door. Haris right beside him, as Sky has been fully eliminated. Shark now starting with the rotate. 25 builds to work with. It's all wood, though, as he goes back once again to play it slow, making use of that grenade met miss.
Yeah, but the vision is just so obscured, and the team on Hyde actually posing such a problem right now for Haris. He is scrambling every which way, but Twek, Midro, they actually look to be in the best position currently just because they're out of the eye of focus. Are going to be forced to drop, just chopped out into this Memphis grenade. No idea which way to look. He's just trying to get a little bit of space here, but he's going to be knocked. Doesn't actually find the wiggle room he needs. Chino, Pablo now running down to their last few builds, and Chino, he just can't hold on any longer. He'll be knocked too. Prism and Casper now trying to see if there's anybody else that they can get tangled up with. A ping, Kiro. Everything is just falling apart next to them, but they're still managing to hold on.
Maestro, Twek up above, still raining down onto the players below. Pablo doing what he can with the quick elimination, but he's got no med miss grenade to hold on to zone. He's looking back now, trying to figure out what's the rotate in. It's gonna be a shockwave play as Twek doing what he can to connect the previous builds and apply that pressure below. 2 med kits in the inventory, but the pressure on the ground is non-stop.
There are just so many solos stacking underneath them, but Pablo has a decent amount of builds. Still one more pizza slice to work with too. And he's got that Mythic Sentinel. That could be the real difference maker here, Takada. If he can get just a single tag, apply some good pressure onto any of the healthier duos remaining. Kiro now forced to try and use some of these pre-existing builds, but Midro and Twek have this lobby in the palm of their hands. It's all about closing things out. Pablo still secondary height position. Prism, Casper, ultimate low. Pablo down to his final 4 builds.
2
He
shockwaves.
needs to try and pick somebody off the moment they go up, but Demish doing everything he can to prevent that from happening, and it's gonna be a turn and burn onto Kiro. That is just one further lifeline, but he needs another siphon if he wants to keep trying to maintain his positioning, and Pablo will be claimed by Demish right after. That's the siphon connection he was hoping for. Now just Casper and Prism underneath. He's hoping maybe Midro and Twek decide to get a little bit more involved, but Casper, Prism, just a little bit too healthy here. They'll finally take out Demish. But when it comes down to a battle of attrition here, Takada, I fear Midro and Twek, they might have the upper hand.
Not only do they have the med miss grenade, a slurp as well in the inventory alongside the 2 med kits, and Casper knows this. He goes for the elimination, but gets shut down instantly by Twek and Midro, who are going to close out game 1. What a way to start the day, Taco.
Like initially, it's hard to believe that the high ground hold could just work out so buttery smooth. But Twek, Midro, they were just onto something different. They realized how smothered everybody else was in those congested lower layers, and they took full advantage of it. But Frankie, Reese, Levin, what have y'all got to say?
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, that really did look super smooth for Twek and Midro. Like, they was totally unbothered in the top layers for so long, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, they made it look really, really easy. I think one of the big things in this meta, right, is how do you play height in a game where you have so many people with shockwaves, right, and dealing with that and like the layers you play, how high up, how aware you are of potential shockwavers, and I think Resub, a lot of people would have expected the players to do well on height who maybe have a bit more experience than the likes of the Midros and Tweks, right? They made it look like they've been playing height in like top level finals lobbies for years.
Absolutely, and they're clearly extremely well prepared for a reload finals, right? They know the meta, they're playing height super duper early, and I love the fact that obviously they have the heal off, they have the potential to win, but they're still getting down, they're still getting close. They know that the other team might have more. They see the Medmis grenades go down, they go for the frag. Love it.
Only one elimination though, Reese. I guess that's to do with the height that they established.
Yeah, I mean, if you played height in a lobby with good players, they don't give you an opportunity when you're going for a rotate, right? You're like, a good player isn't just going to run in the open when you're in height and you can just beam them there. Plus, you combine that with the fact that a lot of the zones pulled back. There weren't really just that many opportunities to tag them. So for them, height early, it ended up being a pretty free game.
Yeah, I think more or less, right? Like, as much as I'm impressed by them, I'm curious to see what their games look like now without high, right? Of course, we still have so many more games ahead. Are they going to be as composed in those situations? Because I think they showed a great composure and, like you said, preparedness in that situation to play height that I'd like to see them apply, you know, some of the lower layers as well.
Well, we still have 7 games remaining, and there are going to be some duos who are out for revenge. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about game number 1 in more detail. Welcome back to the Fortnite Reload Elite Series. If you've just joined us, sadly you missed game number 1, but don't worry because we've got 7 more coming your way. And I'm especially excited to see what Demas and Dom are going to be cooking up, Reese, because they did make it to the end game. Unfortunately, Demas had to fight off as a solo for a little bit, but to be fair, I'm not really that worried when I see either of these players solo.
No, one of the main things we know about this team is that they know how to frag if you get them to an end game. And they popped off with 7 elims total. There's actually the highest elims they had matched throughout the whole game. And kind of similar to what we saw through a lot of the other teams, there really wasn't much that happened to them in the early and mid game, right? They just played a very nice, concise, wait until they got stacked, and then Demas in particular absolutely popped off with the solo.
Look, in a game where we saw some of those Slurpee teams have their fair share of struggles, right? We bigged up Slurpee as being this top POI where, you know, you're going to have success coming out of it. And we said, Demas and Dom get the benefits of Slurpee without having to be involved in that mess. And we see that play out in this game where they're able to sort of just, like you say, Reese, get through the game, glide through smoothly. They get to endgame. And when it comes to endgame, we know it's Cash Money City with Demas and Dom, man. They ain't got problems there. And so a 3rd place finish to start the day is a very, very nice, you know, insight into what we could see more from these teams.
Should we talk about Chino and Pablo Wingo? They also had a great journey to the end game. I don't know if that's because the zone was in their favor. We saw obviously the zone pulling down towards Fort Crumpet, and they dropped just above at the logjam.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the main takeaways from this first match, and, you know, let's be real, it's a bit of a theme within Fortnite, is if you pull a good zone, then you're definitely in a good position, right? For Chino and Pablo, it was, as you said, Frankie, right where they dropped. But also, as we look to the leaderboard there, at the top, Prism and Casper, who are currently in 1st place after that first match, the zone pulled right on them. So over top 5 teams that we're seeing on the leaderboard already, 2 very favorable zones.
Look, Pablo and Chino are one of my favorite duos to watch. I think as far as individual quality goes, they can match up with any team in this lobby. Like, they are both so incredibly good, probably even the best. Let us know in the comments what you think about that one. But I think the big thing with these two is that, like, when they get to endgame, they're just going to make plays happen. And even if one of them goes down, like in that game, Chino goes down, Pablo has to clutch up a couple extra points. He absolutely can do that, and vice versa. So, again, that's another reason why these guys are going to be contending for one of them top 3 spots.
What about Sky and Scroll, though, 11? I feel like we want to see a bit more from them in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, look, they made it to endgame as we both would have expected, Reese, right? And I think we saw I think it might have been Scroll who had gone down first there. And we didn't quite see how, but it looked like they were, when he went down, it looked like they were just sort of like in the midst of the congestion of the rest of the lobby a bit, right? Which isn't quite typical of what you expect from them. Yeah, you see here, Scroll goes down the sort of backside, struggling a bit to sort of find a good position. Again, I would say it's not the usual from what we see from these guys in endgame, and so I'd like to put it down to the circumstances they were in before. I'm not too worried yet, Reese, but something to consider.
No, I mean, most of their most successful matches that I've watched from them, in particular in Reload, is always, as I said, mentioned before this first game, they're always front, low. And as soon as I saw them earlier into that match on a kind of mid-ground, stuffed at the backside layer, not with a huge amount of mats, I just immediately knew, like, that's not as comfortable position for them, right? They thrive on getting to a good spot, fragging out and getting refreshes. There, they just kind of failed to. They did that jump around the side into the storm, and, you know, you have some of the best players in the world looking at you as you do that, you know, one of you is going to get knocked.
Let's bring up the leaderboard again, because I don't think anyone expected at the start of the day to see Prism and Casper to be our 1st place duo. Again, 7 more games to go. Nothing yet is guaranteed. And, you know, it could be down to the zone, as we already mentioned, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as zones go, you kind of already mentioned it, Reese. Prism and Casper were blessed. If there is going to be one game where these guys had a good game today, it was going to be this one. Like, they didn't have to move practically the whole game. Zone just kept on pulling towards that Fort Crumpet POI. And so, again, I was impressed by them to actually go on and deliver on that, but it was as expected, right, with how favorable the zone was.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, I just don't want to take away their flowers and just say, oh, they pulled zone, so they're top of the leaderboard. Like, they're clearly so good. They played that endgame incredibly well as well. Obviously, they had the advantage of having 150 and 150 mats going into the endgame, but they played out all the way up to a top 2nd, tried to make a play for win in the 1st place, and almost managed to make it work as well. So, sure, they were blessed with that, but, you know, they're obviously a talented team who made it here to start with and then performed very well.
Well, none of our duos who were dropping at Slurpy Swamps got bogged down in the situation, but they didn't exactly capitalize on all those duos around them either, Resub.
No, they really weren't able to, you know. We were expecting, well, to be honest, we wouldn't really know what we were expecting. But off spawn, this just went back and forth and back and forth. You see, iDrop went down first, and then Vico was also, he went down afterwards. So they kind of traded back and forth, and we saw them later into the match, both with relatively good materials. So despite the messy off spawn, they actually got to a good spot, but it all kind of just fell apart actually after that.
Yeah, I think we saw a bunch of the different potential problems these teams will have just outside of like the actual off-spawn fight itself, right? You have one situation where you might end up having, you know, to come out on the worst end of the fight, and then your loot is just on the recovery throughout the game. You have other people who then are just making micro mistakes when it comes to decision making and timing. It's not going to be an easy day at Slurpy.
It's not going to be easy for anyone, so let's head back to the map. It's time for game number 2.
Thank you, Frankie. It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely going to be interesting. Quick matches with the reload format and quick fights as we get right into game number 2.
Initial takeaway, though, after peeping that leaderboard, Takada, eliminations are certainly going to be a key factor here today. Because the fact of the matter is, Twek, Mindro, they might have won the lobby with the Victory Royale, but that still didn't put them in first place overall. Just thanks to the elimination counts. But iDrop,
Wait a second.
Edius, Vico, Malabuka. Just a constant give and take right now.
Pablo landing on top of Slurpy as well, as iDrop's actually going to jump right on up to him, but Pablo has full shield. He should be able to get the knock, even Elim here. But iDrop turns it around without having shield. How has he done it?
Last place that Pablo was probably expecting. He definitely looked pretty confident in that initial drop, but he is way out from where he wanted to be. Don't think that it was super intentional necessarily. Well, I mean, maybe the next drop-ins will give us a little bit more indication towards that, but for right now, at least, iDrop Maria is definitely not going to complain about finding that early elimination. Certainly sets them up with a nice few points. Podesai, Asa, still going back and forth here, though, with Pink and Hadis at Boom and Base. Not exactly one of those POIs that you can afford to split off evenly. They are going to have to duke it out yet again. Pink and Hadis, they want full control of this position. Podesai on the lurk. 2 builds to work with. Pink doesn't have any shields currently. That's going to be the primary HP advantage, but Hadis, with that overhead view, he's got everything in his power to spot out a little lurk position that Podesai was trying to set up. And Asa, Podesai, one more time left to kind of hunt down the fringes of Boom and Base. Gotta be careful here, though, for Pink and Hadis. Never know when some other visitors might make themselves known.
Yeah, you don't want no unexpected visitors, especially at your POI in the early game. Next zone has appeared, but back to Dirty Docks, Sato, Momsy, Sharktini, once again, taking kind of the conservative split, the POI route.
The only way that I really see Shark and Teeny maybe looking to try and pressure Momsy and Sato a little bit harder here at Dirty Docks is if they feel like it'll make the difference for them with like elimination score counts in the leaderboard. As things begin to kind of roll over, we start to see how the points are really going to accumulate. That'll be, if you can establish an early dominance and get those constant reboot eliminations, that might be exactly the intentions from Sharkantini later on. But for right now, Pablo, Chino, back over at Logjam Lion, but still Chap, Flixie, a little bit more pressured here right now at Fort Crumpet. Prism and Casper, they decided they want to take affairs into their own hands. But Chap and Flixie, they are no rollover team.
Very good loot acquired from the drop there. Thinking back of these engagements too, you know, it is like Reese and Levin were mentioning, the zone plays a big factor on kind of how these players have their game plans set up for this early game. So maybe, you know, if there's an east side zone, we could see more engagements back at Dirty Docks. But Chap, Flixie have been playing incredibly consistent so far as we head over to Steamy Stacks, Kiro, Ping.
decent amount of success in that first lobby for Ping and Kyoto. But they know they've got a decent amount of work cut out for them. The nice thing, though, about Steamy Stacks is that they can afford hang around a little bit longer. Pretty easy to make rotations. With Darkos and Minority kind of just lurking underneath them. This isn't like an early contest in comparison to some of these other teams, like Sky Scroll. They know Maria's eye drop nearby. Still not looking to take the bait just yet, though. They're content to just continue farming out as much material as they can gather. They're going to need it. And we're probably eliminated a little bit sooner than what they've been hoping for in that last lobby, but one more time, Takata, it's just really showcasing how much more difficult it really is when you keep cutting down to only finding exclusively the best reload teams from EU.
Yeah, they have been playing quite passive too, kind of staying away from Slurpee despite wanting to upgrade those more fights as well. Beamish, Darm, just setting themselves up positioning wise here. You see a lot of kind of passive play, just getting max materials, getting your loadout you want, because later on in reload, I mean, you're so compact with the players around you, it's incredibly difficult to come back from, you know, getting eliminated despite being able to reboot. Actually having your resources recuperated, getting the loot is near impossible with this caliber of lobby.
But I'm feeling real good if I'm Darm or Deemish right now, especially after seeing Deemish just frying players nonstop, one after the other in those endgame moments. He really clutched up some solid placement points there too. But for Twek and Midro, they're just looking to try and replicate their early success from that first lobby. They did an excellent job of just holding down the high ground and just staying uncontested throughout. But might not be same case scenario for lobby 2. Prism, Casper, they know that they've still got Chet Flixie lurking, and it makes sense, given that Chap and Flixie on that uncontested west side of Slurpee Swamp. So they're looking to try and maybe find a earlier pressure point. So Prism, Casper, being an uncontested team over by Fort Crumpet, it just makes sense to try and see what they can get.
Yeah, with a similar zone pull as well, these players are going to start kind of seeing the habits of the teams around them, where they like to base up, or they like to look for tags, and hopefully capitalize it as we move on throughout the day. It is 8 matches to be played out versus the standard, 6 in regular BR. Fix Combeck opting to kind of just reform a bit of Slurpee here. Entered Vico Malabuca's territory, close to Momsy Sato.
This could be real trouble right now, though, for Pablo and Chino. Forced to retreat. Snozq and Multi are actually going to be the aggressors here. And you don't want to get too far caught out towards this southern position of Fort Crumpet. I mean, you get really easy to be held by a team like Prism and Casper or a little bit further in. Pablo, Chino, maybe just hoping that they can find a couple of quick and easy eliminations, but there's nothing quick and easy about this scale of lobby in the Reload Elite Series Finals, Takata. And they'll wait for the initial rotations to come through. First out of Snozq and Multi. Not going to bother sending any tags out just yet. They're fully aware of the fact they don't want to be held too far back, and they'll have to forfeit a little bit of pressure here, but it makes sense. They're just being reasonable. They don't want to draw too much focus.
Momsy Sato now looking to go against Saren Pazox. Oh. The thing with these, like you were mentioning in the last match, Taco, these early game kind of engagements with potential kind of constant ticks from Storm is you might be able to get away with it in opens or heats, but if you spend too much time here, we saw last game almost, basically did come down to a heal off. So with the med missed grenades in Sato's inventory, a key factor to the reload game mode currently, the meta of how these teams are playing out. You want to be able to tank as much Storm as possible in those final circles, and the more you do it now, the less you're going to be able to later.
But it's a solid dead side position currently for Sato and Momsy, and if they can avoid a lot of the congestion that became so problematic for some of these other teams later on, for some of those like 7th and 8th zone rotates. I mean, we even saw iDrop and Marius, they got picked off by Shark and Teeny, for example. It's just very difficult to actually move with so many players kind of just piled on top of each other. And not only that, Takata, but we are in 5th zone, and yet every single team is still in this lobby. And I almost expect that to be a recurring theme up until the reboots disabled actually reign through at the start of that 7th zone, and it's just for good reason. Nobody wants to be the first one out, and sure, you can maybe build up a little bit of catch up off of elimination points, but these teams are just not giving a whole lot of anything to work with, and Casper, Prism, just waiting for their opportunity, but everybody can see where everyone else is based up at. There is pretty much nowhere to hide.
Yeah, completely open. Like you were mentioning, this is 6th zone closing. Once that 7th appears, reboots are completely disabled. So this is kind of your last chance to solidify yourself in a position where you want to play those moving zones. Podosai also, though, great job kind of rotating themselves in. What they do have to be careful of is not getting caught off guard too late when the zone's already closed and everybody's already made their rotates, because they're just going to end up being the focus on their way back. But for Kiro and Ping, might have got themselves into a little tussle, but so far looks quite safe.
A lot of these fights are still just kind of fizzling out on their own, but Lusha, Mappy, all he wants is for his duo to actually regroup with them. Kiro and Ping, they're going to take their opening to just get a move on. But this is a rough spot to be now. Lusha and Mappy, you never want to be some of the last to rotate in. Very strong odds of being held on the edge of zone, especially when a team like Casper and Prism are still holding themselves as the centerpiece. They recognize the fact, hey, at least one player got eliminated, and that's an opportunity for us to try and take advantage of from the reboots. This chat Flixie just extending a lot of space here. They've carved out so many boxes. And Lusha already on the opposite end. Snosky, Multi, Sharktini, there's just nowhere safe for him to look. Deemish Darm, though, on the other hand, they are rather isolated in Stilltown.
Next zone will be a half and half, so a lot of players kind of playing the edges here. Pixovsky and Saren could get a massive pull if it ends up going back to them.
Teeny just sitting out with that Ranger shotgun. Can really pack a punch, but also got to be very wary of not drawing too much focus here. Happy and Lusha, they might not have any idea, though, that Teeny and Shark are still just sitting nearby. This is just such a prominent strategy, too, that Teeny has proven time and time again he loves to do. He will just set up in one spot, and he is so patient, and it almost always rewards him. Mappy and Lusha is still a little bit cautious.
Ooh.
They're moving forward, but Shark and Teeny, the moment they get behind them, they might find the opportunity to actually pounce. Snuz, Q, and Multi, though, they'll be forced to retreat. Pablo and Chino now going on the aggressive front here.
Looking to see if they can find an opening. They don't want to overextend themselves, though. They still have a bit of a rotate to come through. Potential shots now. Crash pad gonna be used. Want to stay grouped together is the big importance here. Gotta be careful of players landing in their box, but Shark and Teeny up in the clouds, making their way down.
Taking a little bit of lobby focus for it, but more than enough builds to work through. And they managed to pull themselves towards more of a dead side position compared to the rest of the lobby here. Fix Convec got 3 shockwaves, but they are going to have to expend some of their healing resources, replenish their shield. 1 med miss grenade now remains for Pix. A refresh for a loadout switch up more than the builds could be the intention here. As Vico, Malabuka, we saw them trying to get scrappy in that last lobby. It almost seems like after the first game, Takada, everyone has kind of just slowed down the pace a bit.
That they have 36 out of the 40 duos still up and running. 8th zone, as now the chaos is starting to unfold. Shark and Teeny in a good position, quickly cut off by Sky and Scroll, though, as players are falling like flies out of the sky, one after the other. What you want to do here is just make sure you're as close to as possible as to your duo.
Mappy doesn't even get the chance to land. It was already a very difficult spot, just having been eliminated. right before the reboot's disabled in the first place, but now he won't have an opportunity to come back. Hero and Ping, everyone trying to make their plays for that front side high position, just getting nestled in here, but Hero, Ping, they can't get comfortable anytime soon. They know that there's just too many players leading towards backside of their tarps here. They might actually have a moment to look for an isolation play onto Pix, but instead, Hydrop working his way up towards height. Asa and Podesai, and Podesai is a really interesting player too, just because one of the first times that we're seeing him not play with a French player, and it seems like that he's had a good amount of success with that switch up onto Asa, but Hydra and Marius, they started things off hot at Slurpy Swamp one more time with that early limb onto Pablo, and now it's going to be Marius still holding down the high ground. A little bit of a chop there for iDrop as he'll be forced to drop, get a little bit more mixed in with the rest of the bunch, but Pablo realizes, hey, these teams are getting a little bit scatterbrained here on the bottom layers, and Marius, he's going to be eliminated, just too separated from iDrop. Too easy to pick off. Asa and Podesai scrapping for their lives now, and Asa will find the elimination onto Flixie, but he doesn't actually have a chance to get the body just yet. Finally will get an opportunity to replenish all the Siphon materials, but that just gives the opening for Vico and Malabuka to now take over height.
Looking good. The issue is you need to stay a few layers above. Those shockwaves can be detrimental, especially in the later half of the game, but a lot of the players have to keep in mind it's med miss grenade time. You can tank zone, you can use it to get ahead, you can use it to retake height, but that just puts so much more pressure on the players in a good position. Malabuka sent all the way into Storm, has to find his way back to Vico. Luckily enough, he's got a med kit he can use here. A little bit of time to breathe as Chat picks up one more. Now the players down below in pure chaos in the swamp, tripping as Teeny and Shark are going to be the ones to look to hold on to high ground.
Nah, that was a full sabotage onto Vico and Malabuka. Him getting shockwaved back so far into the storm. But Teeny, Shark, they might not have a lot of material here, Takada, but they've got all the positioning. That is up until teams begin to notice. They are going to chop them out. A reconnect almost immediately there from Teeny to hold on for the time being, but Sky, Scroll, low ground is where they had so much of their success in their heats and a lot of the reloads competition leading up to this series finals, but they're gonna have to keep trying to control this front side position. Looking to cut off another team. Momzi Sato on the opposite end here.
Oh.
With Scroll, he's gonna get himself knocked, and now Sky forced to try and see what he can put together as a solo. Sato and Momzi might just be able to fully overtake on that front side low position here now. Twek, Miro, opposite end of the scope from where they were in the last lobby, looking to see if they can get a little bit of leeway to build up here, but Teeny and Shark are doing an excellent job at defending their position.
They are looking up, though. You know they won it. You can tell they won a repeat of last match. Shark Teeny, though, they're not going to want to let that happen. Second height now for Mydro and Twek. Shark Teeny trying to connect the previous builds. They want to do what they can to hold on to the position as Shark's now cut off from his teammate. Twek, though, unexpected visitors. Quick pump gets connected. One elimination down, looking for the second, as now they got to get back ahead, but got to be careful. Player after player jumping into their box, but the good news is Twek isn't missing a single shot.
This is exactly what Twek needed. Every single one of those connections, every single one of those refreshes, his Chat will be eliminated. Sky right after. Mitro and Twek are just taking over 7 eliminations. If you hadn't heard of them before, you are certainly going to remember them right now. Josh, Pink, directly underneath. Twek and Mitro have really forced everybody in those lower layers, and Teeny, Shark, they're gonna be forced to drop. They don't have any more materials. One more shockwave. Tweeny trying to see if he can find anything on the way back down, but all he's going to encounter is Twek and Mithra. He'll use his last shockwave to try and create a little bit of a gap, a little bit of space. But at this point, Takada, Twek and Mithra know what kind of advantage. They are fully in the saddle now. One more elimination. Shark, return fire. But it's just too little too late, as Darkos and Minori are now one of the only duos left standing here to deal with Twek and Mithro. Are we about to see a back-to-back? This is 3 medkits now for Mithro. Twek just trying to play Saboteur to the other healthy duo. And Minori, he's hoping for the Siphon, but against 2 medkits here for Mithro, that should just be it. Mithro will bring it home, but victory royale and the heal off secured.
They got the job done. It was looking like a trampoline park for a second with the shockwave after shockwave bouncy house action, but the back-to-back is gonna come through. Heal off once again, being able to close it out. Taco, honestly, if you didn't have these two on your radar, now you do. Put some respect on their name. Let's go back to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. So it wasn't the zone thing. Twek and Midros are showing they can conquer everything. And they don't just pick up a second victory royale. They pick up a load of eliminations with it, Reese.
Absolutely, and that's kind of a contrast to their first game. They won with a single elimination by just playing slow and high. And Levin, at the end of that game, you said, kind of scared to see how these zones pull. What do they do if something else happens? I mean, here's your answer.
That was about Prism. That was about different.
That was about Prism. Sorry, I'll give you that.
What I did say about Twix Duo, what I did say about them was I wanted to see, do they have the variety in their playstyle? They absolutely showed that in this game. Oh my goodness, they were moving nasty on some of their mid-ground layers. Like, I want to see the highlights because they were really clean. Some of their limbs they were picking up. You see this here, Twek. There's a point where he jumps in the box, yeah. He just slides across the guy's box. He doesn't say, right here. Oh, bang, slide, pump in the head, bang, you're gone. Back to the lobby. I mean, these guys, we might have just discovered like the GOATs right now of Reload. Like, where does this come from? Back-to-back games. I think all the people viewing partying right now would have done their top 5 lists. If any of them had Twek and Midro on their top 5, they have exposed themselves as time travelers. Nobody was expecting this team to have this type of performance. I'm very impressed. I mean, long may it continue.
I mean, I've looked at the top 5 predictions that people have made so far. I can tell you, you're correct. They're nowhere. I don't see them on any, and I can tell you right now, they weren't on mine either.
We've got to go to a short break. I've got so many questions. Hopefully you boys can answer them in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. And game number 2 was a similar story for Twek and Midori. They picked up their second victory royale. But back-to-back was so impressive. I'm clearly lost for words. But also what was impressive was Casper and Prism, because we were a little bit hesitant to, as Reese would put it, give them their flowers after game number 1 because of the zones going in their favor. And similar-ish zones this time, Levin, but they were able to withstand some pressure.
Yes, again, a very good game from them. And I don't want to sound like the Prism and Casper here. I know Reese is about, what I'm about to say next, Reese is going to make me sound like I'm the Prism and Casper hater. But I would like to point out, yes, the zone wasn't directly on Fort Crumpet. It was near Slurpy Swamp is where we ended. So the zone pulled slightly further away from them. And the placement they got in the game was slightly worse. Look, it was still a good game. It was still a good game.
I can't believe you'd say that.
But just
I can't
something
believe
to
you'd
keep
say
track
that. You're
of.
such a hater. I would never make that exact same analytical point that you were about to make. I would never do that.
Okay,
Can I say, though, they got 6 elims. They got 6 elims because they only had 1 in the first game. So they put up some numbers this time.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's a really great start for them. I was always a big fan of Prism and Casper. Obviously, they were a team that made it to Globals in, 2024, I think it was, right? And again, when things went to trios, the switch up, they sort of like fell into the weeds as like being a top EU team. It's good to see both of them, again, maybe making their rise here in Reload and showing that they are still 2 top dogs in the EU.
I am surprised by the lack of eliminations we're seeing early in the game, but I'm also surprised by the amount of high ground chaos, because that last game 11 was absolutely ridiculous. It felt like no teams could really establish it when you would expect them to, and then from there on, like Eyedrop and Marius tried and again got chopped. It was like a Linkin Park song by the end. In the end, it didn't really matter.
It was crazy. Great reference. Reese, we've been talking about throwbacks with me and you back on the desk together. What this is reminding me is back in Chapter 2 days when we used to do this, and you'd always have game 1 of grand finals in FNCS would always be a team up on height, nobody touches them, nobody looks at them. That was Midra last game, right? Game 2, you'd always get every team in the lobby going, wait, game 1 height was free, we've got to try it. And like, we have the exact same parallel today where every team, it felt like they were going for height that changed so many times there.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, we might sit here and say, oh, maybe they just learned from game 1. The team won because they're on height and now they knew. These players know that playing high ground's fine, but if we actually saw our best teams in the lobby in this game had a much better position to be on height. They were way more stacked. Like Teeny and Shark is a good example of there. Tried to take height like, I want to say 15 times. Maybe I'm under-exaggerating. I'm not even exaggerating here. Maybe it was 20.
So many times, yeah.
Exactly.
It was crazy.
Now they're up to like 1-0 builds, but like they played it earlier, did nothing, somehow got it, got chopped, repeated. I have no idea how they got to a top 3, by the way, with only a single elim by using so many mats, repeatedly trying to take height.
Sorry, I'm just in shock as well.
Replay doesn't get old. It just literally does not get old. Seeing how many times the Teeny kept going for that high ground. I was also obsessed with just seeing like Podesai and Acer like on the mid ground, just stuck second height, repeatedly not quite making it on time. Let's talk about Pablo as well. Pablo had a very interesting early game, but let's talk about the end game first, because this is the second game in a row that he's managed to make it far and make it so impressive. Levin.
Yeah, again, not as great of a first game from them, but look, if we actually take a look here, because we got the clip, Pablo started off this game landing at Slurpy, and for the people who don't know, that's not where he was landing game 1 or where he was projected to land. Now, this is actually a pretty cool tactic that we've not seen anyone use it until now, Reese, which is obviously with the respawn mechanic, when you go down, like you respawn wherever your teammate is. So you can split drop, right? If you are uncontested off spawn at your POI, one of you can just land anywhere else on the map. And if you go down, you just know you'll respawn on top of your teammate, right? Which they took advantage of to potentially try get some eliminations. Pablo did go down, but had he got an elimination and went down, that's like an extra 3 points. Like, that could be the difference later down in the tournament.
And it's interesting because like they didn't do it in game 1, and the reason is they don't know what's going on at their own drop spot, right? So, you know, game 1, you might have 2-3 teams landing there, but now going into game number 2, they know no one's contesting them at Logjam over to the west, so they can make a play like this where they can just decide, you know what? I might get a sneaky elim point. They didn't, and it didn't work whatsoever, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter too much for them across the leaderboard.
I've got a quick question for you boys. Do you think we're going to see the triple from Twek and Midori? Because they have had such a fantastic start, a flawless start to the day. But are they going to do a third and potentially secure their spot at the finals, Levin?
I don't know, but I really want to see it. I want it to happen. I love stories like this where you just get a team come from absolutely nowhere.
I'm going to say no. That would be insane. Like, I'm so impressed, right? That clip we just saw, actually, one of the reasons I'm so impressed there, because Twek, this is going to sound super minor. When he went to edit on the player who was pickaxing on the wall, he took his time. He was slow, which means he's not panicking. He's not doing anything crazy. So obviously they're calm and, you know, collected. It's all okay. But 3 in a row? Nah, I'm not buying into the hype just yet.
I am, which is why I'm going to throw it to game number 3 with Taco and Takata.
I mean, the hype's already there. Even if they don't find a third Victor Royale in a row, Takata, just finding the back-to-back in this caliber of a lobby has already basically cemented them as a very obvious threat for the remainder of this Reload Elite Series finals.
Yeah, and this is a duo that doesn't have a single FNCS finals appearance, and now they're getting back-to-back wins in the Reload finals. Like, hello? How are they doing this? Look, 3 hat trick. I don't know. I might be on Reese boats here, a little too good to be true, but remember, it is top 3 that qualify to that Reload Elite Series Championship LAN, where they get to compete for a whole other $1 million prize pool.
And the battle bus is ready to go. Jumping straight into it. All of our teams now a little bit better prepared in terms of what to expect from those first couple of lobbies. But Takata, we could also see some switch ups. I mean, Levin made a great point. Pablo trying to go for that initial split drop strategy, but it might also be extending the invitation for the same to happen to him and Chino if they're not careful.
Hold on. Now we got Sato in the mix. Look, Levin was alluding to this too. I think we even saw it in the Pro-Am where the pros would go frag out and just leave their teammate to kind of have their loot ready if the reboot had to come through. iDrop though, gonna pick up Malabuka now. Quick elimination on the board, but Slurpee is getting chaotic. Sato's mission didn't last too long as Vico falls as well.
This is tragic for Vico and Malabuka. Just clear elimination so early on. Matty is now gonna be forced to disengage, given that iDrop was taken out, but Flixie, Chap, now choosing to pressure directly into the heart of Slurpee Swamp. They seize their opportunity the moment that they recognize that Malabuka had been eliminated. Vico also falling incredibly low here, but Marius and iDrop, they will get a little bit of breathing room since Marius was able to find those first couple of eliminations. But with Chap and Flixie so close, darn Deemish too, I mean, almost anything can happen at this point in Slurpee, but that is a massive blow to Malabuka and Vico being forced to just kind of sit out this entire lobby. And we've already seen just how detrimental one placement can be. So to not have any in an entire lobby, they've got their work cut out for them for playing catch up.
100%. I like the positioning too for Twek and Mijo's drop. I mean, it's close to Darm and Deemish. Center map is perfect for reload. As we see Sky and Scroll, not the best start from them, but you know, we're still very early on in this tournament, so anything can still happen, and not being contested gives you kind of a bit of that freedom to play it slow in the early game, get all the resources you need for later, as Pix and Comeback might be looking for a sneaky play.
They are just steady lurking on Casper and Prism. That's a big 100 shot, no shields. But it's not what Pix and Comic had initially been hoping for. They wanted to get the outright drop, the outright panic. Still, Prism just trying to reunite with his duo. He needs Casper to play a little bit of backup here. A lot of pressure application right now, though. And Casper, Prism, they'll still manage to hold through for the time being. Casper instead gonna go on the aggressive now. Pix forced to revert his initial strategy, and he's just gonna have to fall back entirely. Now he's the one trying to just play for a little bit more of shield healing. And Comeback, he'll take the reins now. But the material count is incredibly low for Pix and Comeback. And a side angle shot, Casper coming up big time. That's gonna be a nice elimination here. Pix and Comeback, what initially seemed like it was going to be a sneak opportunity purely in their favor, now has left them fully on the retreat.
Using up that shockwave bailout. Kind of make a comeback here. Good news is there's no duos around them, so they are going to be able to kind of group up once again. The issue is recuperating these resources quick enough before you kind of have to get closer to the more established duos in the zone. But definitely could be a lot worse as Pablo and Chino now look to be hunting down a player themselves.
Yeah, right. I just nowhere left to run. Chino almost playing with his food right there, but 2 eliminations now for Pablo and Chino. They've done a decent job at working things through from their starting point over Far West and Logjam, but she's on the other foot right now for Multi and Snozq. They're having to go up against Sato and Momzi. Sato seems like he wants to just immediately barrel into the box here, but still wants to be wary, doesn't want to give away any sort of opening shots. A big exchange between Sato and Multi, and that's going to send Multi to immediately fall back here. Snozq now looking to see if he can maybe capitalize on Sato having taken such a huge chunk of his HP. But with Momzi right behind, it's going to be all too easy for them to separate one more time, and Momzi still having a little bit of leverage with that overhead POV.
A lot of close quarters combat as Shark making use of an SMG. It's interesting, in standard VR, ARs and shotguns are basically identical in terms of damage dealt, but in Reload, shotguns did 4 times more damage than ARs, so quite a difference. But like we mentioned earlier, Taco, this is a completely new playing ground in these final lobbies. You can't take what we saw in opens, what we saw in heats to decide what's going to happen here. Shark and Teeny have been loving the high ground retakes, using everything they can utility-wise to make it happen. So I think one of these games, they're bound to take it.
I don't know that I would say loving it, given that they were constantly chopped, had to burn all of their materials to even look for those positions. If anything, they clearly want the high ground. They clearly enjoy holding high ground, but that is going to be a struggle if it's anything like what we saw in that secondary lobby with the constant swap outs of height. But Chino and Pablo, they know what kind of an end game they've got to really settle themselves up for. I did like that initial appearance though from Twek and Midro, kind of trying to see how far of a territory stake are you trying to make as Shark and Teeny, but not looking to overextend their position. Those are just a couple of like leaderboard heavy hitters right now, and Darm Deemish not too far behind. I believe they were sitting in that 3rd place position, and they've had at minimum 3 elims in all of their Heat games. Today, they've started off with 7. It is clear that they know exactly how to get scrappy with it, and they have zero fear with taking fights.
You know, we've seen how important it is format-wise as well to get a good amount of eliminations consistently. Unless, you know, you're Twek and Midro and you just get back-to-back wins, but Sky and Scroll now looking for a little bit more of a sneaky play, and once again just continuing to play as passive as possible, not putting themselves in those risky situations, just kind of waiting for the opportunity to come to them.
It's almost uncanny though to their usual play style, at least not from what we are witnessing out of them inside of their Heat groups, and that's I understand that, you know, obviously in a set lobby finals, you know that the competition is going to be leveled up just all that much higher, but at the same time, you don't want to lose your identity necessarily as a duo. I'm really waiting to see if they can find their rhythm, because it just doesn't look like they've really locked into their flow state just yet.
Good news is they got a lot of time to do so. Minori, Darkos, kind of following behind Hero and Ping here, but they've got a long ways to go, making themselves a good little rotate into zone without having any focus put onto them.
Ping and Kiro investing a little bit of hard builds, just really trying to make it very unlikely for anybody to actually want to aggress them, letting them know, hey, we're healthy, we're stacked, we're in a good spot. We don't need to force the issue just yet. Chap and Flixie still holding on to that early elimination. Haven't had to travel too far either from that west side of Slurpy Swamp, but kind of keeping Marius and Eyedrop in the rearview mirror here. Pablo, Chino also Couple of later stragglers here, but it's Lusha and Mappy who have really been struggling to find their footing in this lobby. Seems like they're just being held by a couple of different teams on the way in. Marius and iDrop now noticing that they become a little bit of a lobby focus here, but it's really just about keeping Lusha and Mappy at bay.
Yeah, there's a bit of action now behind them as well with the players who finally made it towards the zone, but a lot of the duos that are already boxed up aren't actually looking at that side from the players that are rotated in. Still quite a large section to play with here. This Comeback and Pix hopefully have been able to recover from what happened earlier before. Looks like they have a bit of mobility and they might just be going for a full-on refresh as the shot is not going to connect from Pix, but now the box fight's going to come through as the third-party action from afar is also pressured onto them.
They lost their opening though. That was they had the element of surprise with the crash pads. It's you can't really tell when a player is about to crash pad on top of your noggin, but when the shots don't hit, you're just left to go next essentially here. Twek and Midro though making good use of the space around them, kind of taking over this little building territory, north lockdown, but I think more importantly still, Takata, is just we have seen a pretty good spread of talent between the way that they choose to play the high ground, the way that they choose to play the low. It's just about manifesting that consistency, and it's crazy to think that, and I could be wrong on this, but I do believe they're actually a couple of controller players.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's interesting too. Reese was even pointing out they didn't even seem too nervous in those final moments in the end game, taking their time to land their big hitting shots, but now with back-to-back wins, you know, they've got a bit of that fire fueling them with confidence. So hopefully it doesn't kind of cause them to overstep themselves and make a risky play that ends up with them getting eliminated. But we're getting closer and closer to that end game, closer and closer to the reboots getting disabled. Once this 6th zone close and 7th appears, it is going to be when reload is no longer active.
Brisbane Casper just lurking in the wings right now. No one close enough that they feel it necessary to try and go for any sort of brawl, but the moment the zone pools, that's what we're really waiting to see, because everyone's going to start to make their rotates and things are going to get messy, Takata, because reboots disabled. Anyone that goes down now, it is all up to your duo to try and lock things in for placement and elimination points. Midro and Twek just look so isolated though compared to the rest of the lobby from that overhead shot. A really good perspective. It's all about trying to defend kind of the spacing that you initially opt for, but Sky, Scroll, we've also got a good amount of gear to work with. Plenty of mobility inside of their current box.
Right. The good news about shockwaves is you can, you know, elevate yourself quite a bit if you tend or end up using them here. But what's difficult is you really just want to be able to land somewhere that not everybody else is going to land at the same time as you when this zone starts opening up a bit more. And you also, one, don't really want to be the first one to get focused or the last one. But Darm and Demish are doing a good time recycling the builds from their opponent in front of them, making sure to kind of keep that dominant position above them, able to take shots at them as Kiro and Ping are already in.
Minori and Darko is trying to see if they can do the same. Sky, Scroll. Sky getting a little bit lit up there by Ping. Will manage to get out of dodge though without taking too much further threats here, but Scroll and Sky are just so wary right now. They're not trying to go for immediate front side just yet. Demish and Darm just a little bit too set in their current position, but Champ and Flixie, you have to imagine that they're going to start taking notice of the high ground. Mini chop there for Darm and Demish. They won't have any issues with reestablishing though, but this until Darm actually losing a fat chunk of his HP. But he knows he's been in this situation plenty of times before, but the lobby has fixated on them. They can tell that this is a duo under duress right now, and Darm, Slurp Juice will be forcibly used as Midro, Twek continue kind of just hovering around that front side low. maybe a big opportunity for them to kind of pop up towards those high ground takes, especially with the way that Shark and Teeny were causing so much chaos, constantly challenging for it.
And I'm sure it's going to happen again this time around, as nobody's fully claimed it yet. They know the danger of it in these zones, but Twek and Mydro alluding to go under the bridge. They've actually conserved a good amount of mats, making sure to cut off any players behind them and even get a bit of time to refarm. But it looks like Mapi, Lucia, they are going to be the ones up above.
It's not just about taking height, though. It's making sure that you can pressure enough of those lower layers to prevent them from trying to do the same to you. Don't want to afford to get chopped out. Slurpy Swamp's also just going to make it a little bit easier. I mean, the building's already being present. A little bit easier to connect to overhead as Mappy Lusha, they continue just extending upwards. Chino, Pablo, small spot of trouble here. They don't want to get cut off on this next rotate, but they might not have a choice. Chino just trying to extend to whatever space he can. There is not a whole lot of room to tarp through. He knows it's only a matter of time. Shockwave's forward, just going to try and head immediately towards that front side, get ahead of the rest of the pack before they get stuck inside the congested layers. And now it's going to be Lushy, Mappa, just connecting. Asa maybe contemplating if he wants to challenge this, but Twek and Midro, they just drop pick straight into their box. Shark and Teeny trying to see if they can maybe overtake, but it's a complete cutoff here. Twek and Midro do an excellent job of just finding that elimination, and Teeny, it's gonna come at a price here as he finds himself getting cleared out of the lobby.
Shark left alone now. Twek and Midro still looking strong though, alongside Chino Pablo. Gonna have to shockwave through, but oh no, I spoke too soon. Midro goes down. Twek, Shark now both playing as solos. The medkit's gonna be popped. Good news is he does have that med miss grenade. If he wants to, he can tank a bit of zone, but if he can even save it for later, it could be better. He's still got some mats to work with. No need to rush anything here.
Those heals were clearly intended for playing heal off in the third lobby, and that's just not gonna be the case for Twek. They'll be forced to drop that Memphis grenade early on, but now everyone else in the vicinity, they're gonna know this is a player in trouble. Whether or not they actually look to challenge it right away, that's a different conversation. Sky, Scroll, directly underneath. Twek playing from the backside of zone, though. It's only a matter of time before people realize that this is a solo player just trying to hold his own. He needs every single placement he can get, even eliminations, to continue extending their first place position on the leaderboard. But I fear it may have been too much to expect them to go for the hat trick finish here. Takada, his last medkit now being used. Prism and Casper, they're gonna challenge for the high ground, but it's Prism who gets eliminated. Casper scattering, now going straight up overhead, trying to utilize that mid-miss grenade underneath him, but Lusha and Mappy have done a great job at just holding on to height. Shockwave didn't take him exactly where they wanted to go. Instead, is Lusha, he's gonna be sent backwards. He's got to get forward. He doesn't have anyone. He yields. The Siphon will save him temporarily, and he does manage to reconnect, but now Shark from behind, lurking in the water, just ready to strike. Mappy doesn't have any shields, but he does have his duo and Flixie overhead to boot.
Sharky, even without his teammate, going once again for height. He's not going to give it up, trying to bite down his prey. His Chap is going to be the first victim. He gets another, but unable to finish those eliminations. Flixie now playing alone up top as his teammate's gone down. He drops below, finishes off the elimination, and now has a huge refresh to continue forwards.
So greedy by Mappy to try and get off that revive. It's so tempting, though, when it's so quick inside of reloads, but Sky, Scroll, this could be the one. They are very low on their material counts, but they've managed to find an isolated position, and Minori bouncing back up and down again, but Flixie will claim another.
Oh.
These are huge refreshes because now Sky, Scroll, they're ready to take out Flixie, the only one left standing, and Scroll, excellent placements with the Shockwave, immediately breaking through all those pre-existing builds. Flixie held his own, though, Takada. That was an impressive finish.
I was getting a little nervous, okay? Sky and Scroll, they weren't looking too great, but the Danish Demons have done it, solidifying themselves up above. So let's head right back over to the desk so they can break that down for us.
Thank you very much. There were big expectations for Sky and Scroll going into this first qualifying final for the Reload Elite Series, and finally they have made good on that promise, Levin.
Yeah, it's good to see them announce themselves to the lobby and winning a performance that we sort of expected, right? Rich, you talked a lot about how their strategy and approach to Reload has a lot of been playing on those lower layers, trying to avoid the chaos of shockwaves, and we saw them sort of close out the game there, which was just as you expected.
Well, I mean, one of the things that they always do, you know, I say they play the low ground to avoid it, but they always keep a shockwave. One of the ways that they win most of the games in the opens or in their heats has just been holding on to a shockwave from that final moment just to knock out teams, take a height retake, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I love those moments at the end of the games, right, where it's all just about like trying to shock your opponents back into the storm and take them away. Look, these guys are going to continue to have games like this, right? I think as far as consistency goes, when they are in these positions, they're so comfortable. Scroll here, his form has been unbelievable this year. And so again, this is where like their comfort zone is. This is where you expect to see them thrive. And this is what you were talking about here, right? That ability to just go up towards the end. You gotta have some, right? You gotta have some. Even if you're avoiding people doing it to you, you wanna make sure you have the option to do it yourself. So big first game here. Again, 2 players, many people around the world in Fortnite expecting to see competing at that final LAN.
And
So-
I think what's very important, sorry to cut you off.
No, it's
They were
okay.
11th before this. So not doing great, let's be honest. 11th before this should be a huge jump up for them in the leaderboard.
I'm just wondering, and I was going to jump in to just ask Reese, do we want to see these guys play it safe literally until those end games to guarantee themselves a high placement on the leaderboard?
Absolutely, that's like their bread and butter strategy. You know, the first 2 games didn't necessarily go out that well for them. That match for me is just everything I love from them as a team. It's every other match I've watched just played out yet again. It's just literally a copy and paste of their game plan. So to see it actually work out here is great.
Well, we have got quite a few people who are trying to menace the early game. We'll be talking about those naughty players after this break. I have a theory that it's going to be a great year in Fortnite for Danish duos. And luckily, Sky and Scroll helped me along in my hypothesis because they did take our third game of today's Reload Elite Series qualifier. But let's talk about some of the other duos in the lobby because Twek and Midro, they didn't manage to do the back-to-back-to-back 11.
Yeah, again, a bit of a slow rolling momentum there, but you know, you can't complain, right? They're still able to showcase some of what has made them a team that has been very impressive today, right? You see they're dropping a player down, able to get that refresh. It got a bit messy, right? They had another team looking to try and get involved, but ultimately, this is still a team I'm really excited about moving forward, Reese.
Absolutely, and one of the things I like about their strategy they're playing so far is, from what I've seen for the most part, only one of them is carrying some form of mobility, right? You saw 3 different weapons, which isn't ideal by any means in the inventory there, but a lot of times allows them to carry more whites. So you saw right at the end, he was popping a lot of medkits to keep himself alive in the storm for a lot longer, and you can do that if you're not carrying as much mobility. But you look at the leaderboards, I mean, they're still standing strong on top with quite a huge margin because of their first 2 wins.
Now, I did mention before the break some cheeky teams, and there wasn't anyone really cheekier than Flixie in this lobby. He managed to clutch that solo second place, but he also had a very proactive start to his game, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, look, I actually want to say
You
something.
do it.
I'm sorry, I'm
right.
jumping in now.
Okay,
I'm jumping in
then.
now because I'm
Jump in,
furious.
jump in.
I'm furious. Chap and Flixie were the team I said were the obvious pick to do the best out of Slurpee. Now, of course, we're only 3 games in, but so far that is holding true. They sit in second place coming out of Slurpee. The team Reese picked has 3 points in 3 games, bottom of the leaderboard. I'm just putting that out there. I just want to say that.
Well, now I'm angry because I wanted to talk about that later on, Levin. but before we will talk about that in more detail. But I mean, Reese, you're really happy to see actually these guys taking initiative, and it certainly paid off for Flixie in the end.
Absolutely, no. We saw them up into second in the leaderboard there. They are, as Levin mentioned, the kind of obvious pick to do well from that drop spot. Like, you know, top 3 is a huge prize pool for him today. So to see them up in second place is looking pretty good.
Should we talk more about Slurpee then, and the fact that actually not all of the teams are capitalizing? Levin, you may speak.
I think the really interesting thing that was fun with this game, and we can sort of roll the footage here, right, and look at what happened at Slurpee Reese, because I know you want to talk about it, is in this game, Chap and Flixie were really aggressive towards Vico and Malibuka, right, and that caused a problem. We actually had Sato landing here as well, which caused some problems for everybody involved, but it's just getting really crazy off spawn here for these guys.
Yeah, it's getting very messy. You can see getting downed all over and over again, but you know what we might not see is the fact that they ended up shockwaving over. So Chap and Flixie started off with a lot more aggression. They jumped straight onto the teams contest them, wiped them straight out of the game. Unfortunately, my pick now gone down. But at the same time, across the rest of the lobby, we saw something very similar. Like Pablo wiped out Rytex's team by camping on a chest. We saw Lusha landed onto Pink, which wiped them out of the match, and they were 5th place coming into this as well. So coming into like the game 3 that we just watched there's obviously been a lot of change up in strats. Players are playing way more aggressive to get a couple cheeky early game points.
Well, I think all of this cheekiness is allowing some dark horses to slip through the net into the end game, because Dark Horse and Minori, I think they came second in game number 2. They just come in the top 3 of this game as well, and they're slowly making their way up the leaderboard, Reese.
Yeah, and it's impressive from them because they're the kind of team that I knew nothing about coming into this. I'll be totally honest, you know. As we mentioned for some of our other teams, like Twek and Midro at the same time, we're like, you know, who's putting these guys in the top 10? And I haven't put these guys into mine either, so to see them pop off is interesting. You know, I was wondering to see exactly what the strategy was, and earlier on to this match, they were playing a bunch of the Storm with the medkits, similar to what Twek and Midro has already been doing in those first 2 matches as well.
Yeah, I think they did a good job of being able to just save a lot of their resources to just keep them ticking in the game for a lot longer, right? Like in that game, at times it did get a bit hectic, but they had so many mats they were able to just play them out and just stay alive as long as they possibly could.
And we had a theory earlier on in the show about Casper and Prism, the zones, you know, at the start of today's lobby falling in their favor. Perhaps they're going to fall out of contention now that the zones aren't quite as favorable, Levin. They really need something to be over at Fort Crumpet for them to make good potentially in game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was another game that ended that Slurpee, to be fair, right? Which was the same as game 2. So it was a similar zone, but again, a bit of a more difficult performance, right? They struggled again, and it was a bit of a worse game. They tried to play for height. You see, it didn't quite go too well. So again, at the end of the day, we're game 3. It's not panic stations, but yeah, like you want to see these guys figure out how to have cleaner games, right? When it's not pulling towards Fort Crampit, for sure.
Yeah, you can see they've dropped a lot, right? They've gone down 4 places now into 6th place. And I think it kind of just shows a lot of just how difficult the end games in Reload truly are. It feels like they're 50% of each match. I know they're not, quite literally, but it feels like they just keep going on and on and on and on. And if you're unable to get a good early refresh, it's very, very difficult to play out to like a top 2, to a top 3, you know? If you get a refresh in the 9th zone, relatively early into the moving zones, the likelihood of you getting a ton of mats is high, right? Because everyone else has a ton of mats at that time. If you're able to just kind of play that match out, you're not able to get that at any point. It's so easy for that just to fizzle out because you're playing 5 minutes of an end game over and over again.
So we saw some adaptation in Game 3. Reese, I want to stick with you. You're the adapting expert, it feels like. Do you think we're going to see a change in approach from the likes of Vico and Malabuka going into Game 4?
I do hope so. That's what I'm going to say, because it's not looking good right now. 20th, he's going to be in some seriously poor mental state when we have to play a tournament right after this. So I want to see some adaptation from him.
Oh, let's hope we can get there. We're going to go into game number 4 with Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. Reese hoping that his teammate for the upcoming tournament does well. But look, what I want to know is who's going to be the new special guest at Slurpee. Every match, we seem to have someone new. We had Pablo, we had Sato in the last game. Who's next, Taco?
It just seems like anyone who's really willing to take the gamble, because there's almost nothing to lose if you're one of those teams that is playing from a more uncontested position, because again, Momsy, Sato, no one's fighting them at Dirty Docks. They're just splitting that POI with Teeny and Shark. So it makes sense, but we'll have to see how it all unfolds at the halfway point here, Takata. Game 4 is ready to go.
Not even halfway through this competition yet. Still one more game before we reach that point. The llama trifecta around Slurpee Swamp. Little care package for Sky and Scroll after that solid match, but it looks like Pablo is gonna be the special guest today at Slurpee up above. Let's see if he can have more of an impact than he did previously.
Nice little loot grab there, though, for Sky early on. But, yeah, drawing the attention back towards Slurpee. Vico, Malabuka, they have just been the centerpiece of focus and on the receiving end from everyone else around them. But Vico doesn't even get a chance to get his shields up. He'll be knocked. That is such an unfortunate timing circumstance here. But for iDrop and Marius, they just want to keep the aggression rolling. They want to see if they can get a clean elimination all the way through. Malabuka and Vico will no longer be in the lobby, but if Marius isn't careful, he'll follow suit with the same fate. Shockwave to create a little bit of space here, but being absolutely chased down by Pablo now on the other end of things. One elimination already. Pablo just trying to see what else he can get. It's going to be the thorn in the side here right now for Marius, but Marius does create enough space, and iDrop will bring down Pablo Mingu, so he'll be sent packing back towards the west side of the map with this duo, Chino. It's a nasty strategy, though, and the fact that Vico and Malabuka are just eliminated one more time here. I mean, Reese with the analyst cursed.
Uh-oh, be careful, though. Our top team now put into a bit of danger here. Mydro, Twek. Good news is they're playing together. They're taking shots, but a risky play from Mydro is going to lead to him getting knocked. Momsy with just 9 HP, going to pop that med miss grenade, recuperating what he lost, and now in the 1v2, Twek's going to be forced to crash pad out. Connects coming through, 64 HP. Momsy, Sato are not going to let this one go. He just has to stay up long enough, though, for his teammate to reboot back in.
Twek knows, though. He's just so incredibly low. Mizuro just trying to get whatever distance he can. But Twek, he might be able to come up big time.
No way.
If he can find anything, but it's just not going to be enough. Momsy and Sato a little bit too healthy. Also, can't help but notice Pink, that is, in the background. But it just seems like from the frying pan straight into the fire right now, Takata, because Teeny and Shark, they definitely took note of the fact that Tweg and Mithro are just constantly rebooting up above, and Shark is ready to see if he can claim his first elimination in this lobby, going straight up, wasting absolutely no time. Tweg, he won't get the chance. He doesn't have a shotgun to try and fight this one back. That's going to be an easy knock and elimination cleanup for Shark. Mithro is just trying to stay hidden. He is just preventing Teeny from scouting him out.
The issue is now they're kind of just going to fall into this respawn frenzy where Shark and Teeny are just going to try and farm this elimination as much as possible, as Maijo's just going to sit there as Twek gets elimed again and again and again. But maybe he might have actually escaped this time around. No, Momsy got him.
There's just nowhere to escape to. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place because so many of the surrounding teams in the area are just in too set of a position, and everybody wants these 3 elimination points. It is just a beacon to the lobby on the east side of the map for free elims. Josh and Wavy might even start getting their little piece of the pie here, but we're gonna shift things over where things are a little bit more calm right now with Tuxovsky and Seren. They're just trying to do what they can to muster up a little bit of placement points, secure some eliminations. 3 elims already. That's a big boost with the 9 points, and I'm expecting the action to really pick up with every single lobby. It's gotta.
Casper picking up picks. They've had fights time and time again up by their drop spot there, and luckily enough they've been able to perform quite well recently, but now the zone isn't too far either from them. Tuxovsky, Seren actually gonna pick up a nice little bit of loot here, and you can see this is the slurp map, so if you get tagged a lot you can almost always recuperate those shields.
Darm Damish, another one of our teams that's just been hovering that top 3 area of the leaderboard. I believe they were just forced out after the results of that last lobby, but any of these teams that are kind of trying to cement themselves inside of that top 10, top 5 position, Takata, they are all fully aware of the fact that just one good game could really be the differentiation between, you know, top 3 versus falling just outside of it. And Damish, Darm, thinking better, not wanting to get aggressive when it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about comebacks, not Chap and Flixie, they've been holding on to top 3 quite well, but Sky and Scroll are outside of the top 10, and in the last match, now they're just 6 points away from being at that top 3 qualifying range to the championship land, but Teeny and Shark now playing it out.
Not only that, but the way that they're rotating here, it seems like they have an inkling of an idea of where Tweg or Midra might be at. Shark just clearing out everything. But Tweg, Midra, they're going to have to play just so incredibly separated from each other. It is looking grim. Not gonna lie, Takata, can't hold back on any punches here. This is not what you want to see. But
wait, this is
Tweg
bad.
Has no idea. Josh and Wavy are just nestled inside of this building. They've been hovering for so long. Twek never had a chance. Just immediately demolished off that Ranger pump shot. Josh, Wavy.
Oh no.
They'll take full advantage of what they can get. 6 elimination points. And Midro just trapped. He is an absolute rat in a cage right now, and it is so sad to see when you think about their leaderboard positioning, because all they want is to make it into the placement points, Takata.
Yeah, I mean, Twek getting served up an Allier special firsthand, as now his teammates getting pushed by Momsy Sato, as Maijo's doing what he can. Good news is that there is another duo close by. Bad news, they completely left, so now Maijo's just stuck in the 2v1, gets knocked down, eliminated, as Momsy Sato were able to quickly clean that one up.
If they manage to come back from this position, it would be a phenomenal performance, but Momsy, Sato, Josh Wavy, everyone just making full use and clearly showcasing what kind of punishments wait for teams that get eliminated. Just wrong place, wrong time. Makes it all too easy for players to just continue focusing on where you're at. But now Momsy Sato, they've had their fill. They're ready to get moving into the zone.
In a zone though, Pablo Chino looking very comfortable. Good pull on their end, because now they don't have too much to worry about. Darm Damish though, close by. You can see this hill is not in a kind of area you'd want to get eliminated. It would be basically impossible to reboot back in from here.
Handful of teams also just looking to try and stay ahead. Snosky and Vexy just pulled up, and as the zone pulls, you can imagine that they'll follow with it. Scroll and Sky, though, was asking for them to find their rhythm, and a Victor Royale is definitely one way to deliver. Gives them a little bit of momentum to work with, but they're gonna sit still. They know that there's a decent amount of traffic coming their way, especially with Chap and Flixie kind of breathing down their necks behind them. They don't want to overextend too soon.
For Pink and Haris here. Does have that drum gun in hand, which, like I mentioned earlier, doesn't have first shot accuracy, so a little harder to beam out the sky, but definitely possible. Darkos, Minori, not elevated, but you can see there's still 38 out of the 40 duos up. In these final lobbies, it's basically a full stack of players going into the end game every single time.
All they really want is to get a repeat performance, find a nice placement run, if not the Victory Royale, and just continue to rack up the elimination points. Prism, Casper, Pablo, not really aware of the fact they were behind him, but it doesn't matter because Chino immediately backing up his duo, and Prism bit off a little bit more than he could chew. He thought that he'd pulled out right at the proper moment. Instead, Chino, Pablo punishing Prism and Casper for that attempt at alert play.
Yeah, that excitement got shut down very quickly. As Pablo and Chino continue now to make their way towards the 6th zone.
Some food for thought, though, for Pablo and Chino. You know, it doesn't matter how, you know, chill the environment might actually look. You never know when a team might be lurking, try and make a big play here. Speaking of which, Shark, Teeny, the patented lurk strategy, Casper, Prism! Oh! Casper just immediately eliminated. Dastardly play there from Teeny and Shark, but that was everything they could have possibly hoped for. They might even have another opportunity here to just continue chasing out Prism. And I think that's part of the reason why Casper is just trying to make sure that he gets back in before these reboots disable. Doesn't have a whole lot of time to work with, though. And Prism recognizing he's just got to leave his duo, hope for the best.
Yeah, they were once hunting, quickly turned into prey themselves, but they'll be able to at least regroup. Issue is now, they've got no more bailouts. I believe 10 seconds till 7th zone appears, and that's when reboots will be fully disabled for this match. So good news is, you know, they're back together. They might need a refresh sooner than their opposing duos, but it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, good news is you landed. Bad news is everyone else knows you landed and that you have next to nothing to work with. So they'll definitely have to probably force a fight. If not, maybe look to third party another. As Chino, Pablo. Decent spot, but they are one of the teams that were nearby when Casper got eliminated. They are very likely lurking, knowing that it's a relatively weakened duo behind them and be a prime opportunity to get a few elimination points.
Zone starts closing. Rotates come through. We're seeing shockwaves, crash pads, every type of mobility to get yourself into the zone. As Demish, Darm, nice solidified position here is now they either have to protect themselves from below or look back on the other players rotating in. Potentially find a pick or at least just a bit of damage.
Did a great job getting towards front side though, making sure to take a little bit more of an elevated position. Sky, Scroll, same intention. Slurpee, Swamp. It's going to be where our end game is pulling towards. Josh, also. Twig and Midro, still alive, still hanging out by the way, but Teeny and Shark, full of low-ground menaces right now. Just taking whatever they can get, making sure that they claim plenty of space underneath, breaking any sort of pre-existing builds around them. But Teeny and Shark, they are just so threatening because you never know when they're going to just lurk right place, right time. But Twek and Midra, they have managed to just hold on long enough despite that awful start. They are still looking to make a run for it.
Nice zone pull as well from them here, as they can just follow through the builds and honestly not worry about much at all. As now iDrop making his way ahead of zone, trying to build up to see if he can claim anything. But Teeny Shark, we know how hungry they are for height. No shockwaves in the inventory yet. Launchpad has been used, but it looks like they're going to drop right below it. Are they going to go for the chop?
They're choosing to just play from that secondary high position for the time being. They recognize there's going to be so many players in a position to shockwave or crash pad overhead. And Sato, Momzi, while they might be ultimate high ground for right now, that might not stick around for much longer. Some Flowberry Fizz out of Sky and Scroll. Looking up, consistently keeping track of who's above and what's down below. Kiddo and Ping playing a little bit more separated from the rest of the lobby, but it's only a matter of time, Takada. The tighter these zones get, the more difficult it's going to be to try and avoid somebody else.
Yeah, you want to kind of rotate when you're up height here. You want to play the edge of the zone. You don't want to be directly above these players, especially if they have shockwaves in their inventory and you're not extra high up. Marius taking some shots as now the elevation comes through, as all these players down below do what they can to get ahead, and Sato trying to hold on. Twek, Midro doing a great job.
You're going to need to use some of that Flowberry Fizz, though, to get Midra's shields fully replenished. 3 medkits, though, for Twek, so still maybe some intentions to try and take a gamble on some of that late-game heal-off. But Momzi, Sato, how much material do they really have to work with up above the rest of this lobby? Teeny and Shark, it's running a little bit low. Kind of sparse on the builds, but if they can stay outside of everybody else's peripheral vision, they might be able to make something work. They do get chopped, though. Free connect there from Momzi, so good awareness, but Midro and Twek just continue to be surrounded by bodies, Takada. It just doesn't look like they have any direction that they can head and sort of find a comfortable nested position to look for a backside tarp refresh or something.
Good news for Sky and Scroll, though, is, I mean, they've got a decent amount of resources, 2 shocks, even Bedmiss grenades. They don't want to take any risks. They don't want to drop down on other teams' layers. They want to just make sure they use what they have. Midro, Twek applying that pressure below. Sato, Momzi still holding on to the height as Chap and Flixie get on ahead, but I might have spoken too soon. Sky Scroll, they make the play for it, and now do they take control as the shots connect? The last shockwave comes through, hits an initial shot onto Sato, but no knocks have come from it yet.
But it's just so chaotic right now. Sato and Momzi, they're going to be forced to give this one up. Sato even going to get knocked by Sky. Only a matter of time before that Siphon pulls through. And now that's going to leave the Danes well above the rest of this lobby. Marius and iDrop maybe want to take a stab, see if they can challenge for height. Instead, it's going to be Twek shockwaving towards frontside now. But he's going to have to fight for his life here. One elimination already. So much pressure being applied for some of these other duos behind, and it's Chap on the other side of his wall. Twek just hoping that he can get any sort of timing here, but it's too little too late. Teeny and Shark just continue to chase down Twek and Midro, and that's going to be a nice elimination, a nice clear out of some lobby leaders.
Plowing through their opponents as Chaps now continuing to clutch it up as a solo. Teeny Shark, though, they're a little too dug up in the swamp. They're going to have to elevate themselves a bit here with the zone pulling back. Marius iDrop making sure to stay ahead, to stay together. They are incredibly healthy, a full duo here. They just have to watch out with that pressure from above as Shark and Teeny find some players on the opposing box. Actually going to take them down. Chap falls shortly after, and Shark left alone.
But Shark has 5 eliminations. This is where he thrives. You want to make your name known as a solo clutch player. This is the opportunity to do so. And well up above those, Scroll, Sky, they seem like they are in a very solid position to try and get a repeat performance, looking for their second victory royale on the day. Josh recognizes there's Pablo and Chino directly underneath, trying to chop his build. The problem is they don't have any of their own. Shark still moving forward, but he can't get the shot to connect. Pablo needed those siphon materials just in the nick of time. And now, low ground looking all the more problematic for Sky and Scroll to deal with, because Ping A little bit of disaster here for Skrull, but instead Skrull does manage to turn it around. Nice elimination, and this is the real time to be tested here. Chino, Pablo, overhead. Can he do it? No! It's gonna be Sky who brings down Chino. Just
1v1.
one more shot. The siphon is everything here. And Sky, he sees Pablo directly in his sights. All he has to do is break his way into the zone. One more
30.
shot could be the difference. But Sky, he can't hang on. And Pablo with the victory royale steal at the last seconds.
He misses the initial pump, hits a 30. It's not the damage he was looking for, unable to get the back-to-back. And in the end, Pablo will be securing that elimination. I thought for a moment there we were going to have double back-to-back VRs, but no, Sky and Skrull, they let the pressure get to them. And Pablo and Chino closed that run out. So Reese, Levin, Frankie, what do you got to say?
This is what we thought was going to happen, right? We thought we were going to see showdowns between the likes of these two duos, and in game 4, it delivered, Reese.
Absolutely did. I was expecting to drop some analysis there, being like the team who won always was dropping a shockwave. Like previous game, it was Sky and Skrull, the shockwave out the team above, they won. This time, technically that's correct because, you know, Chino and Pablo did that to knock out Sky and Skrull above them, but the miss by Sky and Skrull kind of solidified it for them.
I mean, look, Danish Fortnite never disappoints. They always put on a show for us. Clenching moments at the end there, right? Where you're just on the edge of your seat and unfortunate, you ain't got your shotgun reloaded, you hit a minimum, you know, these things do happen. They do happen, but again, congratulations to Chino and Pablo. They played really well today, and that win will definitely do them wonders to qualifying for the LAN final.
I mean, this is a duo that's got such great game sense. I mean, earlier in the show, in the lobby, we saw them survive a lurk play from Casper and Prism, and obviously we know their end games are perfection when everything's going their way, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny because our good friend, Destiny Jesus Reese, we did like a tournament that we watched with him, and during the tournament he made a claim which I still don't agree with, but I thought it was really funny at the time. He said Pablo Wingu is a top 3 Fortnite clutcher of all time, and I went, hold on, mate, like you're just waffling now, like what are you on about? But since then, I have wanted to pay more attention to Pablo Wingu's clutching ability, and I'll give him credit, he's one of the best clutchers in the game, whether all time is correct or not, and he does get the job done there. Not his flashiest solo clutch of all time, but one that I'm sure he'll be happy with.
Listen, these are two of the strongest Danish players we've ever seen, so either one being alone in the end game is a massive insurance policy for that victory royale. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking more about game 4.
If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Hey, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than this audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up, where you supposed to go. Posted on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole steady. Fake ops don't listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Co-riders off my body, cut them off.
We are halfway through our first qualifier final for Fortnite Reload Elite Series. It's weird not saying FNCS, now I'm saying FRES, but it's been a banger so far. And if you missed the end of Game 4, you missed a showdown between our Danish top fighting duos, Tableau, Wingu and Chino versus Sky and Scroll. And Sky and Scroll, it was a little bit unfortunate. There was a bit of a shotgun reload issue that led to Pablo and Chingino taking it over them. But Sky and Scroll, another impressive performance, Levin.
Yeah, look, I was actually readying my analysis to go into to the end of the game there and talk about how Sky quickly being able to rush and get the finish on the body meant that he obviously had the siphon and then the siphon materials to actually just give him the edge to beat Pablo in the 1v1. But yeah, it's Fortnite. These things happen, you know. It doesn't always quite happen how it looks like it should happen. And I'm sure, you know, they'll be kicking themselves over that game because ultimately when you watch the game back, you know, when they analyze the game back, they'll be going, yeah, this should have been a win. But still a very good game and a game that keeps them where they want to be, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Pablo, he kind of runs over the body, or sorry, Sky runs over the body, goes over the left, but he just doesn't manage to get it. And there's nothing worse, genuinely nothing worse than you're a player, you pull out your builds and nothing happens and then you just get wiped out. I know the heart feeling that he has right now.
We've got to give props to Sharkantini as well. They're now in third position. Remember, the top 3 placing duos qualify for the championships in August. So everyone has got their eyes on those 3 spots. And Sharkantini, they're putting up big numbers, Reese, even though they haven't got a victory royale.
Yeah, it's kind of unsurprising, right? They're basically one of the teams that we've seen repeatedly get some early and mid-game action as well, right? They keyed Casper in that game. I think they got a refresh before the moving zones. They were farming Midro earlier on into that. So, like, they have been really active in this, and it's kind of showing on usually how many mats they have coming into endgame.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in this highlight package, right, the start of it is just 2 examples of them going for double pickaxe plays into boxes, right? This is what this team is all about. They want to sneak in and get advantages on players who aren't paying attention. A lot of the times it's working out for them, and if it continues to work out, they might secure one of them top 3 spots even without a win at the end of the day.
Now, can we talk about our leaderboard front runners? Because Midro and Tweg in that early game were being repeatedly farmed like a cozy sim game, Levin.
Yeah, look, not the cleanest game, Reese. We'll see that, right? Like, I'm sure they'll be watching back that one going, yeah, just it wasn't our time. Look, they did get lucky to start off the game, right? You know, a mythic goldfish, it's always nice to see. Shout out to Peterbot, right? We know the types of plays that can be made, but ultimately this game was just them getting farmed over and over again. It was just so messy for them, Reese.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate when you run into a building to get some loot and there's 2 guys sitting on a code just wiping you out. You know, before that, it's already not starting well. He's got 2 cabbages and 2 sweet corns sitting in a bush. Like, this is, let's put it this way. If you've never played one of these matches, that's not the position you want to be in. Credit to them, though. After getting wiped 6 times over and over, farmed over and over, they made it to an end game with actual good loot as well. Which, like, huge props. They clearly very much so understand the high-level meta. Couple elims in there, too, I think. Yeah, knock on to Flexi as well. But only able to end up in 15th. And obviously, them going down and not having the biggest game, getting farmed out the Sky, is actually one of the reasons why Sky and Scroll have been able to actually catch up and now are tied on points in 1st and 2nd.
Look, even though that was a bad game for them, the manner in which they handled it is still telling me that this is going to be a team that doesn't just, like, fall away, right? Like, I don't think this is the continuation, hopefully at least, of a downwards trajectory. I hope they can actually just stay in this competition and keep things fun.
Well, let's bring the leaderboard back up again, because we've been talking about the duos who are at the top right now, but I think we need to talk about page 2. Oh, this year, 2026,
nice.
We've got a scroll right down
upgrades, yeah.
to the bottom. It's a downgrade, though, we should have to say, for Vico and Malabuka. This is a duo we talked about at the top of the show. Obviously, we're going to talk about them. It's Vico and Malabuka, and yet off spawn, they're finding themselves faced with disaster pretty much every game, Reese.
Yeah, it's a shame. You know, we've seen it already, but it's also not really working out that much better for iDrop as well, right? iDrop and Marius, who are, you know, the ones actually fighting them right now, are also in 11th. So we kind of thought one team might do well to get up into the top, and we've seen, you know, Chap and Flixie coming out of Slurpee doing that. And, you know, Marius has had a couple nice end games in there, but at the same time, not being in the top 10 of a team this caliber is kind of unfortunate. But the silver lining for them is their games are getting better, right? They had a 20th, an 18th, a 6th, and then a 7th. So, you know, they're actually picking up some pace. They're figuring things out. Whereas, you know, Malabuka, Vico, who are contesting them, you know, not so much, let's say.
Yeah, guys, come on, lads. We got to get back on the pace. We need at least 1 point per game. We can't fall back behind that, right? At least we need that silver lining at the very least. Look, I'd like to hope that these guys can turn things around in the second half of the competition, right? A bad first 4 games doesn't define you as players. These are 2 legends of the game. Let's see if they can get back into it.
Exactly. Don't panic just yet, Reese. Vico, he's just warming up. Let's head to game number 5.
Tough point, but happens to the best of us. That is a very clear indicator of just what kind of level of competition everybody is looking to essentially play up to. The standards are just that much higher in the Reload Elite Series finals, Takada, and with Game 5 on the horizon, I really want to see what happens with Sky and Scroll because they look like they are certainly warmed up.
Oh yeah, no, the last 2 performances in these previous matches have been incredible from Sky and Scroll, and we still have half of the competition to go. 4 more total matches to play out here, so I mean, even they were talking about him, Vico Malabuca, I'd say they got a shot if they can get a win here. So let's head right over to Game 5.
Look, you know what to expect if you are starting things off with a triple contest even before Lobby 1 kicked off, but Vico and Malabuca, it just seems like they've had the whole lobby against them. Someone else always intervening with the starting points. This will be the first time in a long time that we've seen Vico and Malabuca at least have the opportunity to just play out their initial drop. Medius and iDrop, they're not going to take the aggressive steps just yet. But for Vico and Malabuca, they have got to go nuclear in this lobby if they want any sort of contention to try and bring this one back.
Look, I got faith. We saw the back-to-back wins from Twek and Midro. I think that put them at like literally 150 points almost. So it definitely is possible, but it's a lot of hope as Pink and Haris with 2 eliminations off the bat looking incredibly good.
Yeah, Boom Base has been their home base. Deemish, Darm, not too far away either. But Teeny and Shark, they have really made the most of this split by Dirty Docks. Sato and Momsy, we've definitely seen them in a handful of these end games. They're trying to take their own, run of things. But Vico Malabuca, 2 eliminations now with Malabuca. Hoping
I think it was quick enough.
We get a chance to maybe try and run those ones back, but for Vico and Malabuca, they clearly have managed to 180 things to some extent on their side of things. And I think for right now, all they're really hoping to do is just continue extending things at Slurpy Swamp.
That's quite tragic for iDrop and Marius, though, from 6th and 7th place. Now, a rough Game 5. Hopefully, Midro and Vico, Midro and Twek here, don't have the bad end of Vico and Malabuca. They're mad now. They're not happy with how this started, but with the quick eliminations, you can see that fire fueling them up for what's to come here as Vico takes down 1. Malabuca is cracked, though. Has to be careful. Just 30 HP to work with. 1 big pump could be enough to take out Twek.
Part of playing catch-up is just eliminating one of the front runners off the leaderboard. And Vico, Malabuca, they are not letting up anytime soon. Although they did miss their initial opportunity, Midro will have a chance to try and land as Twek. Now trying to get a little bit of turn and burn features onto Vico, but Vico, you can tell he's just playing like there's a fire that's been lit underneath him. He is going crazy aggressive against Twek and Midro, but they will manage to escape that. Midro does get caught out, though, by Sky and Scroll. Stiltdown just making it a little bit too feasible from where that action was taking place. They knew, hey, there's a player suffering, and if they're peeping that elimination feed, Takada, they can definitely see, oh man, it's the guys that are tied with us, so you know that they want to try and keep applying pressure.
That they do. The Sky and Scroll, they've liked the passive gameplay in the early game of these matches. They don't want to put themselves in a position where they get eliminated, and not literally just fully both eliminated, but even one of them going down causes them to have to recuperate all those mats, all that utility. They've played so well consistently, but Pix might be shutting this one down. Nope.
But picks, no. Just eats the opening shot. Sky and Scroll gonna create a little bit of space. Maybe just a warning shot for the time being. Comeback and picks. It's not the first time that they've gone for those kinds of stealth opportunities, but we haven't really seen one go their favor in a hot minute now, Takata. Still like the fact that they're trying to be proactive here, though. But Sky and Scroll just a little bit too aware for that to go down.
Yeah, down to 11. Shield is now a lot of kind of duos in the surrounding area just looking for little picks, little tags where they can get them. As Chino and Pablo now trying to find Kira, who's just has the med kit in hand, crouching behind a little air vent here. Hopefully the teams at Steamy don't see him.
Pablo and Chino are destroying this building from the inside out, though. Absolutely gutting it. They know Akira is somewhere nearby. I think he might have just had that last chance to finally start using the med kit without being spotted, but yeah, there's definitely still trouble brewing for Kira. Sky, though, collapsed on by Chap and Flixie. That is a huge blow.
Oh,
Scroll gonna do what he can to try and escape. Nearly shot out of the sky one more time there by Chap, but Chap, Flixie, they are on the move, doing everything in their power to see if they can eliminate Sky and Scroll permanently. And one more time, they'll take out Scroll. But Chap, Flixie, they don't know where Sky is just yet. They've got to get back towards the high ground. Sky just trying to get as far away as possible. Doing everything to try and dodge around it. But he is not safe.
Yeah.
So many teams just surrounding.
With Flowberry, crash pads, launch pads, shockwaves, all the mobility needed to kind of hunt down these players after they get knocked. Makes it that much more difficult. Saren Vixovsky, though, done a good job securing a bit of loot here. Malabuka went down as Vico now is forced to kind of keep themselves in the game.
Still enough leftover supplies, though, at Slurpy Swamp for Vico and Malabuka that they don't feel too heavily pressured just yet. But 4 eliminations, you can definitely tell that they are just absolutely trying to tear through this lobby on a little bit of a revenge tour here. Shark, Teeny, they've got Darm in their sights. They are incredibly healthy in comparison to their Polish counterpart, but Darm, he's just dancing around. He will eventually be knocked. There's nowhere to escape to. Shark and Teeny profit yet again with a nice cleanup opportunity.
I mean, despite being in third with only a 4-point difference from Pablo and Chino, which would knock them out of qualifying range, they are still playing incredibly confident and aggressive. Minori now. And Darkos playing it a bit slower. No eliminations on the board yet, but they are incredibly healthy.
Proof of just how vicious that reboot cycle can become, though, the moment that some of our leading teams, and it seems like they're trying to take matters into their own hands, too. Shark and Teeny have been very deliberate with who they've been applying pressure towards. Given that they haven't been directly contested at Dirty Docks, it gives them openings to, you know, head a little bit west, since Twek and Midro have been kind of pocketed between Slurpy Swamp and Dirty Docks. It's very feasible, I think, for Shark, Teeny, Sky Scroll, and other heavy hitters on the leaderboards to start doing what they can to try and eliminate the competition. Kiro and Ping are playing exclusively for the late game here, though, with this dead side rotate.
Yeah, won't be seeing them for a bit, but Pink and Haris now trying to see if they can secure this drop quickly. This Vexy and Co. close by, kind of eyeballing it as well. Want to make sure there's no opponent's builds. Potential double spray, but no. Looking back, Malabuka Vico continuing their wrath as Kira now has no shields to work with. Just a little med miss grenade, but is that going to be enough?
Malabuka doesn't care what Kira has. All he wants is the elimination. Same case scenario there for Vico, as they're going to continue to try and hound this player down. But every single opening opportunity, it's just leading to the same thing. They know that they need every single one of these eliminations.
I just hope they don't kind of overextend here and end up getting knocked down before they even have a chance to play that late game. But I mean, they're looking incredibly comfortable now. Running a bit low on mats, but the confidence is definitely still there. Clean shot connected by Malabuka, recuperating a bit of that loot, as now he's going to continue playing this one out. Vico is a bit split from him, but, you know, luckily enough, nobody's pushing him. No danger in sight, as Momsy and Sado continuing for a safer rotate here through the seas. They're going to swim around. We'll see how this Crash Pad Flowberry ends up. So far, so good. I mean, what's good about this is they've done this so early that there's no duos really kind of looking back at them yet. And they can kind of keep themselves safe from that pressure, whereas some of the duos that take longer to get this rotate in aren't going to feel the force of it, as Scroll now tagging behind Malabuka and co. Trying to see if he can get any leftovers from what went down at Slurpee Swamp. I mean, that's the good news about this map. We talked about how, you know, it's easier to recover and reload than standard BR, but in a finals lobby, you know, you'd expect it to be incredibly difficult. But one thing that is good is the amount of slurp barrels, the amount of heals. I think it's over a 300% increase, which makes it a lot easier to kind of at least recuperate your HP in these lobbies. Now, the resources, the loot, that's another factor completely. Chat Flixie, though. Have Vico drop down below. This is not where you want to see Vico go down. The pressure is on his wall. Both players spamming his box, but unable to get themselves through. You can imagine Malabuka Vico. They can't be the healthiest in materials. They've been playing aggressive the whole game, whereas a lot of these duos have continued with their passive play.
Little up-down features from Darkos and Minori. We're waiting for that final closing moments. And the reboots are officially disabled. Every player for themselves or for their duo. It could be disastrous, though, for some of our players on the outskirts of zone. Chino and Pablo certainly seem like they've managed to isolate a couple. Shark, Teeny, on the other hand, they're just looking to keep the ball rolling here. Still have those early 2 eliminations, but they are right back to home base here at Dirty Docks. Sado, Momsy, same case scenario. Just looking to try and take over these first couple of buildings, but Gino and Pablo, they're willing to play the long con here. See if they can get another elimination onto Ritex. This Chap, Flixie, hanging out. But Vico and Malabuka, they are looking for that big point game here, Takada, and they might be able to find it. 6 eliminations already. They're definitely going to need quite a few more, though, and a solid placement to turn things around.
No, I got faith, though. I see it. I see the vision. Can they execute on it, though? They've done a good job recuperating the materials, getting the utility and loot that they need to play out this end game despite the chaotic early game, but we'll see if they can actually capitalize on it now. Teeny Shark doing a good job getting ahead. Not too much danger so far for these players as everyone kind of just solidifies a spot for themselves in this 7th zone. Chino, Pablo maximizing any bit of time they have, whether it be recuperating mats, whether it be planning the next rotate. Even if you don't know where the zone's going to pull, you can always kind of have in the back of your mind, if it goes here, what I'll do. If it goes here, what I'll do, depending on where your opponents are based up at. Reboots, like Taco was mentioning, completely disabled. Let's see if Malabuka and Vico can make a miracle come through here. Oh no, the shots! Too many connecting onto Malabuka. He's been fully cracked as Vico is going to do what he can to support his teammate. Malabuka just has to stay up as Wavy goes down shortly after, leaving Josh as a solo as well. Mappy is going to be one of the players up above holding on, but Sky and Scroll, they're back in action once again. A rough start, but now back in business as they get ahead of zone. Just careful from above as the shots might come through. Lucia, Mappy now doing what they can to hold on to it. Pablo, Chino, good job getting ahead. Not too many knocks coming through so far, but I might have spoken too soon as Vexy does go down.
Vexy just caught in the mix. Nowhere left to scramble towards. Scroll, Sky, trying to see if they can capitalize on the chaos that's unfolding directly next to them, though. And Teeny, Shark, Teeny, he's going to try to make a play for the revive. Keep in mind, it's only 4 seconds. Very feasible, and sure enough, there'll be a functional duo yet again, but Lusha and Mappy just applying so much pressure onto all of these teams that are just getting caught up inside of these mid and low ground layers. Minori just staring to see if there's any kind of a solo clutch placement. Every little bit counts at this stage. Scroll, Sky, still working through it. And the material count's not exactly where they would want it to be, but considering how scuffed everyone else is around them, they'll be able to make use of it. So they're gonna get a move on now, heading straight for the front side of zone.
Still 13 duos up. You don't start getting placements until there's 12 duos left, so a lot of points still to be had. Sky and Scroll do not want to give up the lead they've secured in these previous matches as Chap gets knocked down. Shark and Teeny forced to play the low ground, but Lucia and Mappy doing a great job holding above, but they're just left with wood now.
Yeah, but Flixie, he's all by his lonesome. Doesn't get the shots that he was hoping for. Teeny and Shark just moving too quickly. But Slurpy's gonna buy him a little bit of time here. He's gonna choose to shockwave from way back side of zone, straight towards the front, but Mappy and Lusha, they just look completely uncontested in the high ground currently. Kiro, Bing. They're actually gonna see other players drop from above. Sato and Monty, it comes at such a steep cost. The eliminations just tallying up, but Lusha and Mappy have had to forfeit the high ground, and they might have forfeit so much more than that in terms of positioning. They might get caught up, but one more shockwave. Only Momsy left to try and challenge them for it. The Memis Grenade gonna buy them even more time to heal up here. 2 shockwaves remain now for Lusha, and Momsy is forced to drop. He knows he can no longer challenge this as a solo. Sky all the while, just trying to find some eliminations inside of the low ground.
What a bailout from the Medmis Grenade as Sky now still has 2 in his inventory alongside 4 shockwaves. All the utility he needs, but the issue is playing as a solo. Once you get cracked, all eyes are on you as the Medmis Grenade is going to get popped. Some shields now as well as he's doing what he can to stay up. Only 9 builds to work with. If he could find a refresh here, that would mean everything for making it further.
He's trying to see if he could drop Rydex into his box. Instead, Rydex gonna be dropped straight into the water. Chino, Avalo, Malabuka, and Vico, 9 eliminations already. Shark in tatters, Teeny too, but they're still making it work somehow, some way. A Sky, no builds, no life left. Malabuka and Vico, though, with 11 eliminations now. They knew that they had to pack a steep punch on this lobby to make a comeback, to prove that there's no reason they should ever have been last place on that leaderboard in the first place. But now Shark, Teeny, they need a refresh. They need to get some kind of siphon. Vico gonna go for the immediate challenge. Forces out the high ground, but it's been chopped. Grappler barely gonna save Vico's life, but he has lost Malabuka. Finally, they'll be shut down, but a nice run in the end game. That's gonna be some very good points for the leaderboard. Lusha still holding on. Shark and Teeny might have just pulled off a masterclass finesse here. They've taken over height, and they're dropping straight down onto Momsy, looking for that last elimination to spell out their first victory royale. But they've still got to get the job done. Momsy doing everything he can to delay. Momsy might have actually turned this one around. Momsy's got control of the build. Sends Sharks falling way back. Teeny doesn't have anything either, and Momsy with the shockwave plays of a lifetime here to steal away the victory royale from Shark and Teeny.
It started in Dirty Docks, it ended in Dirty Docks. The duos that were contesting each other battled it out for that victory royale, but Momsy and Sato were the ones that were able to close it out in a 2v1. So much chaos, I don't even know what we just witnessed, but there's 3 people that can tell us that, so let's head over to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Momsy and Sato were the highest damage dealers of the heats for Qualifier 1, and now they're showing they can steal a victory royale away from Shark and Teeny 11 2K.
Yeah, look, that game, it sort of, in many ways, went exactly as I thought it would towards the end. You had, Lush's team on height who were holding it quite well. They were doing a good job to work with the mats they had. You had Vico and Metabuku's team who you knew were going to be hungry to just cycle height and try to take it. Shark and Teeny were waiting in the wings for a late height take. That ends up playing out, and I'm thinking, all right, games are going as it progressed. Everything's working out. Didn't foresee Mumsy towards the end there being able to clutch up like that. They sort of went straight under the radar and were able to, again, have a sensational game to finish things out there.
Yeah, and I know Nicky 30 is seething at how the last 3 games have ended right now with Shockwave plays. Firing someone straight into zone. I mean, at the end of the day, it's always meta if you're height to save 1 or 2. It's kind of what we've just seen for the last, like I mentioned, 3 matches already. If you're on height, you can throw people into storm. If you're down low, you can Shockwave straight up at height and take it. There's a reason that all these players aren't using them that much earlier in the match.
It's been a really exciting game though, guys, because as you can see with Mumsy and Sato, a huge number of eliminations to their name. We'll talk about this after the break, the fact that we're seeing so much more aggression here. But the fact that these two were both able to make it to the end game together despite this aggression and pull it off, Levin, is really exciting. It makes me even more excited for the next few games.
Yeah, look, this was a team who in the heats was on fire, right? And they were showcasing their biggest strengths, which is their firepower. And so it's nice to see that sort of come into play today, again, against 2 players who they really would have wanted to get a win over, right, in Teeny and Shark. So yeah, I'm sure that'll be one of the most satisfying wins we've seen today.
Well, the lobby has certainly taken things up again. We'll be talking about how after this break. We're over halfway through our first Qualifier 1 final of the Fortnite Reload Elite Series, and oh my goodness, our duos are now cooking. It was unfortunate for Teeny and Shock that they weren't able to pull off the victory royale, Mumsy and Sato taking it away from them at the last moment, but this duo has been entertaining us endgame after endgame, Resub. Teeny, he seems like that clutcher for them. Shark, though, what a young gun. He's so impressive to watch.
Absolutely, and like he's putting up the numbers right now. Before this match, he had 10 eliminations across the first 4, which is the second highest, only being beaten out by Pablo so far. And at some point in this endgame, he does actually get knocked, and he gets him full into the box. Teeny gets him back in, throws some of the med mist down, and revives him, which is an absolute crucial play. You know, if you've got a player on your team as strong as Fraggin in endgame, as Shark, I'm doing everything I can to get him back up.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, I think you broke it down pretty well. I think on a macro level, it's good to see Shark sort of having his true ascension, right? Last year was he sort of burst onto the scene, but the results weren't really following the hype. I think in 2026, we're starting to see him really position himself in, where his talent clearly deserves to be, higher up on them leaderboards, and now sitting in first place after game 4.
And we were expecting to see Chino and Pablo Wingu in that top 3, those 3 positions that we will be seeing our duos qualify to the championships in August 11. This is a duo that's incredibly consistent right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I keep waxing lyrical about these guys, but it's because, one, they are just so fun to watch, right? Just seeing them move from box to box a lot of the time, it's really fun, right? Really clean, Reese. And I think the big thing with teams like this is that a lot of the times you're not seeing big macro mistakes, right? Like, they understand how they want to play the game, and a lot of the time it's just about the execution, and most of the time the execution's great.
I know, and in something, in a format like this, it's really, really critical because you're not getting big matches. For the most part, you're not getting a huge amount of eliminations in the early and mid game. So it's very, very important that every single end game is as consistent as they possibly can be. And that's exactly what Chino and Pablo have done. Their highest and biggest match so far has been 5 eliminations, but their lowest has been 3. So they're just been consistently kind of middling out, and, that's flown them up to close to the top of the leaderboard.
Do you think they're playing slightly reserved, Reese? Because this is a duo that we expect to be picking up lots of eliminations.
I don't really think so. I mean, when you look at the way they've succeeded in trios, a lot of it was lurking, a lot of it was sneaking onto other players, and we've already seen that out of Pablo in, game number 2, I think it was, where we saw early stuff. So they're managing to get a little bit out of that, but it seems honestly just kind of like their regular play style to me.
See, I feel like the regular play style of Vico and Malabuka would be going for lots of eliminations, but early doors, they were not getting off spawn, Levin. They were going out first sometimes, but this time they played things slightly differently.
Yeah, so we tune into them here, right? Start of second zone. They've already got 2 eliminations. They were able to wipe iDrop and Marius. And you see the intention from them in this game was clear. We need to make up for lost time. We need to get on the lurk, get active. And so instantly, they get those 2 eliminations into iDrop Marius and leave the POI, leave Slurpee, and run straight towards Twek and Midro split. They know these guys are still going to be looting. They're going to be split up. If we jump one of them, they're not 2v1ing Vico and Malabuka with a bit of loot, right? Like, that is the thought process there. And throughout the rest of the game, Reese, super aggressive, causing teams problems, and this is what we were expecting to see them be able to do much more often in this lobby.
Absolutely. What I just said earlier is that, most people aren't having big matches. They're having consistent matches. Most players aren't getting high elimination games for the early and mid. This is the exception to that. They had 6 elims before the 7th zone, which is by the highest from any of the matches we've seen so far. And they're the first team to jump into double digit. Well, not the first team. They've surpassed the first double digit, getting into 11 now as well. So a massive, massive match for them. It's almost disappointing that they actually ended up 5th there, because that's so many placement points that they missed out from such a potential huge game.
They're not on page 1 of the leaderboard yet, but I imagine they're going to try more of the same going into game number 6, given that it's made a decent impact for them. If they get another few solid games like that, Levin, we could see them at least trouble the top 5, I would have thought.
I mean, yeah, if you can keep having double-digit elim games and getting into top 5s and doing sort of reset in terms of actually capitalizing on some of those extra placement points you get as you move closer to first, absolutely, don't rule it out, man. There's still a couple more games here for them to play with.
Yeah, and they're not going to be happy with that. Let's be honest. That's a big match,
Right.
but from being 20th, very bottom, they've moved up to 16th, which for a caliber of team who wants to be placing first, who said to me, this is going to be easy, it's only Adrop and Marius off spawn, you know, they're not going to be pleased still with this. So 3 more games, they've got to, you know, lock in.
Okay, let's take a look at the points on the leaderboard because I want to see what's realistic in terms of where our top placing duos are and who could potentially catch them. So Shark and Teeny, obviously comfortable at the top. There's actually not much in it in terms of the front page, in terms of points. Yes, Pink and Risk probably aren't going to qualify this time round, but if you look at the likes of Twek and Midro, they might have been bullied out of that lobby, but they're looking like they could potentially trouble the guys at the top. But Sky and Scroll, if we focus on them right now, their consistency is also incredibly impressive. It's like a Danish signature race.
Absolutely, and you know, this has been their worst match, I will be honest. You know, they placed 13th with 2 elims. It's not the biggest one. I'm sorry, 9th with 1. That was the first match. It's not their worst. I'm totally lying to you, whatever. But they were keyed early on in this match by Chap and Flexi. So, you know, they had a rough start and they were still able to bring it into a relatively good match, but just kind of similar to the matches that we've seen before, like game number 1 where they weren't able to get their steal. They just weren't able to get like that big refresh. They were consistently in those bad spots. You see Sky shockwaving to the front side, completely opposite from what we've seen from their successful matches in the previous 2. So they were put into bad position and had to panic.
Okay then, game number 6 is ready. Just a few more games until we find out who has qualified for August Championship Finals. Let's head back to Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. The pressure is getting on. I mean, Sky and Scroll are doing good, but there's players like Twek and Midro who were in that top 3 with the back-to-back wins, and now they've fallen short in the past 3 matches. I think they've basically averaged like top 15, but the good news is that Battle Bus is ready. So let's get into game 6.
Look, one thing's for sure here, Takata. Plenty of these duos have their backs against the wall right now, whether it's trying to find their way back inside of the top 3 on the leaderboard to ultimately secure their spot at the LAN finals. It's another conversation entirely. If you are Vico and Malabuka just looking to win out an eye drop, you might have started off with the first shots, but it's going to be Vico who comes out on top. Matty is now left. Try and find anything out of this chest. But Malabuka hunting him down immediately. He's got the shotgun. That is another clean, cleared takeout of Eyedrop and Marius. Vico and Malabuka have certainly started to make their presence known here at Slurpee Swamp. And better late than never if you're these two, because another deep run could be the difference between them having a real chance at still breaking into that top 3. Podesai Asa, though, with Pink and Haris. Pink separated, has 1 elimination. This has been a pretty split off spawn so far. But for Podesai and Asa, they want to see if they can confirm this elim onto Pink, and they do eventually find it. Shockwaving through, just nothing Pink can really do to try and fend off the 2v1 here. So Boom and Base does appear to be very heavily in Podesai and Asa's favor, but you've got to be wary. Demish almost seems like he might want to take a little strike here towards what's been going down north of his position.
Yeah, I don't know, though. It looks like Podesai and Asa are going to try and clean this up as quickly as possible. You called it, though. Some shots from Demush far away as Pink is going to do what he can, but ultimately ending up in the knock as Podesai picks up his 3rd elimination, 4 total for the duo now, as they are going to try and farm this as long as possible.
That's a big spread of points to secure in the early game, but the team Gendarme, they're looking to shut down this elimination points factory. Want to see what's actually taking place at Fort Crumpet, though. Picks Combeck looking to challenge Prism and Casper, but Prism, he'll be the one to ultimately get the better end of this exchange here. Combeck eliminated, and that's going to send Pigs packing. Sure enough, Flixie and Chap, they're also looking to make very early rotates. Some of these teams, Takata, they kind of recognizing the fact that they've got to get a hustle on for these early elimination points. Prism and Casper, they're not going to give Combeck the chance to land. Another secured elimination just means that they're going to continue building up here. But Chap and Flixie, They missed their chance. They're just going to look to fall back.
For Harris on the other end has been in constant pressure since the start of this match, and when you think it's going to come to an end, it does. 5 eliminations for Podesai. Great way to start this match out for Asa and Podesai. I mean, they've got kind of a ways to go if they want to make that top 3 qual, but this is exactly how you want to start if you want to make it happen.
It's almost hard to keep up with everything that's been taking place, but Malabuka did scout Vexy, getting credit for that elimination. And now Vico, Malabuka, temporary pause, and their aggressive strategy. They found those initial eliminations onto iDrop and Marius, but it is a whole new slow of issues from Pixovsky. It looks like they're not the only ones. I mean, Vexy, Snozq all taking notice of this duo that's kind of scrambling here at Slurpy Swamp. And as long as Malabuka keeps rebooting, he will continue to be a target for everyone else in the area.
Quick and Midro. I even see Chat Flixie close by. These are both duos that were looking incredibly strong to kick this tournament off in the top 3, qualifying range for that Elite Series Championship land, but now they've been falling short in these recent matches. They're still just even a few eliminations or a decent placement away from getting top 3, but any devastating placement, and that could be the deciding factor of whether they qual or not. Chat Flixie, knowing this, capitalizing on any elimination opportunity possible, as Pixovsky might be on the receiving end here.
Gotta feel for Pixovsky also, because he's trying to create some space here, but he's leaving behind every single one of these crash pads, so it's all too easy for Chap to just follow right after. But that's all he had, was crash pads essentially here. He didn't have a chance to really look back, try and shoot them out. Chat Flixie were determined to get that elimination. Pablo, Gino, similar kind of mentality here. They want to look for a fight. They want to get a little bit scrappy, but they see it's Darm, it's Deemish. Better just fall back, get a little bit more positional favoritism, and then maybe look to re-engage. Shark and Teeny, though, playing deep outskirts of Boom and Base now. They saw what Asa and Podesai were getting up to early on. 7 eliminations is a massive amount of points to secure by only the 4th zone, Takada.
Yeah, I mean, 16 duos left. The placement starts kicking in at top 12, so not even too close to that yet. And they've already kicked things off incredibly strong. This is Deemish and Darm choosing to kind of just solidify a good position. Not as worried about eliminations, but they've still got a ways to go for that top 3. They're gonna need a big match, and it looks like they're setting themselves up for it.
It's been difficult, though. I mean, even for some of these teams that we know what they're capable of doing in terms of fighting power, but Twek, Midro might have stumbled upon the wrong duo this early. Doesn't seem like they're all that interested in fighting Darm and Deemish just yet. Darkos and Minori, though, another one of our teams just outside that top 3 in that 4th place position on the leaderboard. They have had so much success playing off the south side of Steamy Stacks. But for Vico and Malabuka, they don't have any time to relax. They're just gonna have to go all in right now up against Chap and Flixie. This would be so detrimental to Chap and Flixie's game if they're eliminated right here, right now. But Vico, Malabuka, do they really have the loadouts to challenge this? All Vico really needs is to connect with this Morphite shotgun. And instead, the Shockwave's just bringing him past. Flixie finally gets a huge chunk of his HP here, and now that's going to be the confirmation. But Malabuka, same time, same story. Fragger v. Fragger here. Who's going to come out on top? But it's Chap, who's just a little bit less healthy here than Vico. So many builds, and Vico, he'll think better of it. He doesn't want to take the risk just yet. That's going to be one more lifeline extended towards Malabuka and Flixie, but Vico, he's looking to re-aggress already onto Flixie. Chap just holding him at bay.
Vico's hungry, you can tell. He's starving. He wants more of these eliminations. Mappy, Lusha. Doesn't look like a full commit from these duos, more a back and forth. As not too many elims are on the board. Edge of zone here now. Have to figure out a rotate in. As Dom and Deemish, as we were alluding to earlier, are not putting themselves in any risky situation here, as the zone has pulled kind of closer to the steamy stacks.
And this could be exactly what Kiro and Ping have been hoping for all day long, knowing that the competition's all going to have to come directly to them. And they have opted to just face up, relatively high position. They'll have a really good idea of where the flow of this lobby is going to be primarily coming from. And Sky Scroll directly underneath the Steamy Stack Tower. Darkos and Minori still hanging nearby. I really do expect Sky and Scroll, though, to just continue to stick to their guns, play out their own games. It's been a little bit more passive, but when they've needed to pop off in those endgame circumstances, Takata, they certainly deliver.
Yeah, you can see they're 10 points ahead of Minori and Darkos at the moment, holding on to that top 3, but one game is all it takes to disrupt that leaderboard. Good news is they have once again continued to play incredibly consistent throughout the early and mid game. The end game is what they were struggling with at the start, but once they found their rhythm, they have now been playing incredibly well to maintain that top 3. Chat Flixie on the other end, we talked about it. They looked strong at the start, now have fallen short. One good game could be all it takes to put themselves back into top 3. And with 3 eliminations already on the board, this could be the one.
I was definitely impressed, though, by the level of discipline that was exhibited by Chappa and Vico, because it's got to be so tempting to just want to establish, like, who's going to actually be considered the better fragger in that instance, and yet both of them knew, hey, if I go down right now, that's going to leave my duo in such a terrible position, potentially even ruin our chances at having a decent end game, and they just didn't want to take that risk. I think that it's the exact kind of mentality that experience is certainly starting to showcase in their levels of play.
Darkantini are leaders of the pact currently. They have played very aggressive once it reaches that end game. You can see with the 4 shockwaves in the inventory, even the Flowberry, they are ready to once again do what they can to take that high ground, but it is going to be difficult if the zone ends around here. Ping Hero, though, have decided to drop down.
The real success metric, though, has just been who's consistently been making decent placements in those end games, and we have non-stop seen the likes of Sharktini, Sky Scroll, POTUS IASA now trying to throw their names into the hat for this one, but they'll have to be wary of where Sky and Scroll are currently situated. They clearly want to try and defend their position, not allow any sort of teams to get comfortable facing up nearby them. A little bit of hillside strategies from Pablo and Chino, though. They don't have any eliminations, but can expect that to change at a moment's notice when it comes to these two.
7 zones appeared. Reboots are now disabled. With 16 duos up, this is where it starts mattering more. I can see Darkos and Minori too, still in the same exact spot for the past 2 zones. This is a duo, by the way. 1 placement away from being top 3, and they don't have a single FNCS finals appearance. Similar situation to Twek and Midro. So it means everything for this duo right now, being just on the cutoff of qualifying to the Elite Series Championship land, battling for another big prize pool of $1 million, and even taking home part of the prize pool today. So I'm very excited to see if they don't let the pressure get to them, because they have more than what it takes to make it happen, and this is a crucial game for them.
It's less about letting the pressure get to them and more about what the lobby decides to do to you instead. Pablo under heavy fire here by the entirety of the lobby. Sky Scroll also looking to see if they can be added to that count. But they'll have to pull back for a moment. Scroll did get pretty heavily tagged up. Now the shockwaves forward. They want to try and establish a position more towards that front side of zone. But this is going to start to get real dicey for some of these other teams that are kind of trailing behind. Chino and Pablo looking to go to the opposite end. But they'll have to skirt by Deemish, Darm, handful of others. Pablo and Chino, though, they've gotten what they were after. They recognize the fact that there's Sato and Momsy a little bit underneath them. They might even just be looking to try and set up a play for catching a team rotating through the low ground off guard. They have a really solid hold on this current edge position, though.
Yeah, the issue with this type of position in this format is they can try and get ahead of zone as it starts moving, but if they're not using a lot of mats, they have that risk with the shockwaves, the crash pads of players just landing right on them. So it's almost safer to kind of stay put and take shots at those players rotating in instead of trying to stay ahead, unless you're ready to use a lot of those materials or there's a very prime position that you can get to. Darm and Dimish, though, are going to be the ones up above right now.
Not something that we're used to seeing either. It's been very difficult for teams these last couple of lobbies to truly solidify themselves on these high ground takes, but Darm and Dimish, they are looking to go all in currently. Sato, Momsy, now experiencing quite a lot of pressure here, and Sato even gonna get knocked. Won't be able to be revived by Momsy. Unfortunately, this is looking rather dire right now for Momsy as he's just forced to continue pulling all the way back. Wants to still try and maintain somewhat of an elevated position, but when you're a solo, it is only a matter of time before someone comes tearing down your walls, trying to look for an easy scoop on some elimination points.
It's gonna have to clutch up. Midro, Twek in a similar situation. They cannot afford to go down yet. Placements have not even started coming in. Twek and Midro get split up, but they're gonna be forced to regroup without shield. As pressure is on now. Darm, Dimish still doing a great job of holding above. Chap, though, looking to see if they can chop it down. They were unable to. They forgot a connection as now they're forced to go on ahead with the knowledge for Dimish and Darm that there is a duo looking for it.
The way they keep looking up, though, and the way that Chap's holding on to these last couple of shockwave grenades, almost seems like he's just waiting for the green light from Flixie, but teams continue to chop out floors underneath. Pablo Chino now playing through the ultimate low. Memphis grenade. It's gonna be the last of their white heals. They're gonna have to depend on a refresh or just outright eliminating players for that siphon. So currently, Dimish, Darm still holding on to height. They've definitely been getting lit up along the way, though, but Sky just sends himself flying towards frontside zone. Scroll not too far behind, but they are burning through their Memphis grenades. Doesn't matter, though. Is Pablo able to take down Shark? That could be the opening they needed. It's Pablo now just tarping like a menace forward, trying to make sure that nobody else is able to punish them from behind.
Pablo, you know, they want to take that crown. Teeny now the only one left. They're currently holding that #1 spot on the leaderboard, but if Teeny cannot clutch this out, they could quickly fall short as Pablo's doing what he can to hold on to the low ground players, and every single wall he's on, he has to be careful as the Medvis grenade has been played. A little bit of time to breathe as Teeny's looking for an angle. Doesn't connect the pump, hits a 22, but it's not going to be enough.
Disastrous, though, for Dimish and Darm. Darm's been eliminated. Sky and Scroll, the Danes have now overthrown the high ground, and they're just continuing to try and build up, but Red for a moment seemed like he was going to try and steal it away, but he'll be forced. Shockwave out of there. Sky, Scroll, now just steady pressure application. They are looking to force these lower layers to fight against each other and not even have a chance to look at them. Dimish can't go any higher. And even from that secondary height, Teeny has just a sliver of HP to work with, but nobody seems to notice that he's a solo playing backside of zone. Can he get the finish? Can he get the siphon? Sure enough, Teeny one more time, just holding on long enough, but still, Tagada, he can't burn through. That's gonna be the end of his life from Asa. And Pablo Chino, not gonna be the next duo looking to try and command low ground.
Currently in third place. The issue is second place duo is also still up, and they are in the clouds, raining down below, and all the players in the mud as Dimish now tries to get ahead, but the materials run low. The openings come through. Pablo Chino doing what they can to take action on these final players below. Sky and Scroll, you can't get nervous again. You need to take this one home. Everything's in your favor. The shots continue through above. Pablo Chino have to make something happen. 4 shockwaves in the inventory, no more mats. The shots are connecting. It's now down to a 2v2, height versus low. Once again, can they close this one out?
Sky and Scroll seem like they've got everything in their power to bring it back, but we've seen Pablo and Chino steal it away from them once before. Sky gets the knock onto Chino. It's only Pablo left standing. Sky even waiting just a moment before taking claim on that siphon, but Pablo, one more time, can he get the job done? Is he just a top 3 solo clutcher? Destiny Jesus is waiting to find out along with us because Sky, Pablo, dropping one more time, but it's gonna be all Sky, turning it around in the final moments. It was a great attempt there by Pablo, but this time they are on the receiving end, and it'll be a Sky Scroll Victory Royale.
A chance at redemption is what they were given, and they capitalized on it, not missing a shot this time around, securing that deserved Victory Royale. Reese Rankin Levin, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so Pablo Wingo is still trying to make a claim for top 3 clutch and not quite giving us the evidence we need there, but it was a close run thing. However, when you're up against both Sky and Scroll 11, it's definitely a very difficult wall to climb.
I was really excited to see the rematch go into fruition, and it was funny because it looked like a similar thing was going to happen there again, right? Where you have, you know, the knocked body, you go, you get the finish. Okay, I got the siphon, I got the mats. Can I use it to get the advantage? But this time, Sky able to make up for the wrongs of previous games, Reese.
Yeah, I think it was actually really interesting. I was watching, and as you see both players going against each other, I kind of thought this is easily going to Pablo's team because Sky and Scroll had been playing high so high at that minute to avoid obviously being shockwaved out that it just looked like if you're just going to spray them out, it should be absolutely free for them. But obviously they managed to drop down very, very safely. And I think the big difference maker here is the fact they're already like 126 mats. They've played this so good, and then they get another refresh there onto Minori. So by the time they take height, Sky's pretty much still got capped mats already, so he's able then just to play out the entire rest of that game before it came down to that 2v2.
Yeah, I think the biggest compliment I can pay these two is a lot of times you watch them and it looks like they just have so much time, right? And that isn't luck, that's by design. Like, that is their ability to read the game and see the danger, see the threats before they come, and so they can make the right decisions to put themselves in these positions to win these games. And, you know, another win on the board for these guys. Ooh, looking like one of the best reload teams at the end of the day. Like, forget just what we see, you know, going into this qualifier. I'm excited to see these guys on the stage at LAN.
Very quickly, we just saw Sky jump with his builds out there and still have no mat, but then be able to hit and connect the shot, similar to that match before.
Oh, I'm desperate to talk more about these guys, but we do have to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking even more about Game 6. Yet another Danish showdown between two of our top-ranked duos ended game number 6. And Pablo and Chino, unfortunately, were not able to take the victory royale from Sky and Scroll. But it was another impressive performance from this duo. Pablo Winger, has he convinced you, Levin? Is he edging towards that iconic clutch status, getting into that top 3 for you?
Are you asking me if I think Pablo Winger is now a top 3 clutcher in Fortnite history? The answer is still no. But he is one of the best in the game right now, for sure. He is, again, showing why these two, in my opinion, like on paper, just the quality they possess is just so far ahead of a lot of this lobby, right? Situations like that there, where they just are able to run into boxes and just make things happen is, you know, not everybody in the lobby can do it. As much as everyone in this lobby is a top player, it's the reason why they're here. Not everyone can do it how these guys do it, and it's really fun to watch, Reese.
Absolutely. I love watching their end games because for the most part, they're just always hand in hand, right next to each other. It's like, you know, a double-headed snake. You open an edit, you've got 2 people looking at you. And I think that's one of the main reasons why they have our highest elim so far, right? I think 26 is what they've got throughout the entire tournament. And as I mentioned earlier, they don't have any massive matches, right? Their highest is a 6 elim, which is that previous last game, but they're just so consistent in the end game.
It adds up. Look at them there, 26 elims. Most of the lobby.
Last year we saw them, obviously it's a different game mode, Battle Royale, and trios as well, but this was a team that was unafraid to challenge for the high ground, whereas I feel like they're finding all their success on the low ground this time around, Levin.
I feel like these guys, they make it work wherever, and I think the opportunities for them to showcase some of their best strengths do come lower down, right? And but one thing that's really important that they showed in that end game, right? I think it was maybe second moving. They get an elim, get the refresh, and they elevate, right? So it's not like they're just staying down there like in the slums, you know, just scrapping about for the sake of scrapping. It's like, no, okay, like we'll put ourselves in a good position. We get some materials from it. Okay, let's keep using the advantage we get from this position to get more eliminations. So it works hand in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you're looking at the difference of how they're going to play last year to this year, at the same time, it's like that was trios and this is duos. You just don't have the same options, right? You need more refreshes in this kind of match, in particular in reload as well.
I mean, I wouldn't call the low ground slumming it, Levin. It's just where all the eliminations are currently being found, especially by Bettini. I mean, we talked about this duo for obvious reasons earlier on in the show, but the fact that this duo is making it to yet another endgame is very impressive. It's no surprise they're still in the top 3, Reese.
Absolutely, you know, and we're talking about Pablo potentially being the top 3 solo clutcher of all time, you know, sarcastically or not. But we've definitely got Tini as the top 3 solo clutcher of this lobby. You know, the 3's in his name for a reason here. Shark went down in 12th place here, but he's managed to make it all the way up into a top 6 that match by himself, still getting 0 eliminations to it. And the way he did it, honestly, was just by running around and keeping away from everyone the entire time, which has clutched them up massively because now, as you see on the leaderboard, he basically saved them by keeping them so close to second coming into the final 2 matches.
It's unbelievable to me that they still do not have a victory royale. Obviously, there are still 2 games remaining. Mumsy and Sato as well, though. We saw them get a victory royale earlier. And actually, despite them being more of a dark horse, yes, they were the highest combined damage dealers from the Heat. They're actually really holding their own here in a much more packed lobby than they would have fared against in the Heat series.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when I watched through some of their Heats matches, I was very impressed with how aggressive they were in the early and mid game. You know, they weren't actually going for a lot of the respawners. They weren't farming players that are around them. They were just like seeing a team third party and just jumping in, you know, get one quick elim, get out, you get a couple points, and then you move on to the end game. And that's kind of actually the same thing that we've been seeing here, right? We saw them key Twek earlier on into this. The same match, we saw them do the exact same thing. So whoever's around them, they're taking a quick opportunity to get 1 or 2 elims, and then they're just jumping straight into the end game after that.
It's going to be really impressive to see if they can actually trouble that top 3 with these 2 last games remaining. Twek and Midro, they had a fantastic start to the day. Back-to-back victory royales, but also they are currently out of contention. Top 5, they can still do it. 11-2K, do you believe in them?
It's going to be an uphill battle, right? They had one of their better games in comparison to sort of what happened and what came from the back-to-back wins. And I think what we saw from them in that game is that even when they aren't fragging out, right, they can make really good decisions. I like the way they played a lot of this end game, right? They had fewer mats than a lot of their, opponents, but they used them wisely in that they used Medmis to tank the storm. They made sure that they used the extra timing that they got from tanking to be able to, use Slurp to be able to just jump around and like actually dodge people. But again, they end up in that situation where because they have less, they run out quicker, and you need the elimination power to keep you in the game. And so they're gonna need to lock back in to really have a chance of getting that top 3 again.
And that's what worries me about this team is they have 14 elims total across 6 matches, and 10 of those were in that one match that they did well. So yeah, it's not looking so good for like a comeback unless they have another nuclear match.
Well, I've been impressed so far by the consistency of the duos who are currently in the top 5. So let's see if that continues as we head to Game 7.
It's just been so fantastic to see all of these duos. When it comes down to it, they can rely on their solo counterparts to play out these end games, Takada. We have seen so many solo level clutches, and even in that last lobby, Momsy, Sato, one of the big reasons why they are holding down that 4th place position on the leaderboard was because of Momsy just making sure that he did everything to not go down too soon.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they're up against, I say up against, but the Dirty Docs against another team that's in that top 3 qualifying range as well. Now, they haven't fought yet, but I'm wondering what's going to happen if it comes down to that last match and both are kind of head-to-head in qualifying range. Well, we got Sky and Skrull also in the mix. A lot of exciting moments to come, and we'll see if another kind of, I don't want to call them dark horses, but now Vico Malabuka have a shot to get closer and closer. So let's get to Game 7 and see if they can make it happen.
Today has been a bit of a doozy for Vico and Malabuka, and while we have seen a highlight performance with that 5th place finish and the 11 eliminations to boot, this has still been a very difficult off-spawn predicament. As I drop Marius, they know Vico just trying to find a weapon, it seems like. Malabuka, decent loot, needs some builds though, wants to try and back up his duo immediately, but Vico is currently on the receiving end here. Marius currently holding him while iDrop tries to get the HP advantage, but no, it's going to be Marius who's actually brought down by Malabuka. Malabuka even getting the surprise shots onto iDrop, and what looked like it was going to be a turnaround. Malabuka just bouncing all over the place. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe that we just witnessed that level of shutdown. Everything was there for iDrop. That is so painful to lose out on another early game departure, and with only 1 lobby left to go here at Takada. Game 7, eliminations just like that. Gotta be heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't know how he won that engagement, but hey, got the job done. We're over at the Steamy Stacks now. Minori, Dark Ghost, they weren't able to get that big game that would have pushed them into top 3. They're now sitting in the 7th place spot, so it doesn't seem too far numbers wise, but I mean, top 3 isn't a significant lead in terms of points, so it's going to be tough for them to make a comeback, but I mean, it's still possible.
This is a new site though, potential quad contest about to take place over at Fort Crumpet. You've got Pix and Combec. Pix just set up on one side, more towards the south of Fort Crumpet, just trying to see if he can sneak in. A little wiggle peek here and there. Prism and Casper are just the primary targets for all these teams in the surrounding area. And Pix, he's just looking to break in to Prism's cone, but finally Prism gonna be able to separate to the bottom layer, and Casper, Prism, they're actually managing to turn this one around. That initial elimination onto Combec is gonna send them packing. Pix knows he can no longer stick around, but where one team leaves, another one just throws themselves right into the fray. But they think better of it. They realize, Chat Flixie, they've also chosen to collapse here, but they know who's been eliminated once already, and they want to see if they can do it again. Combec just trying to escape. Flixie looking to capitalize on this opportunity, but he's got to wait for Chap now to just get these last couple of blows in. Flixie will get credit for the knock. Soon to be elimination here. Pix nearly took down Flixie along the way, though. He just did not care about closing off his back tarp. Really expected Pix to put up less of a fight there.
I mean, Pix and Combec, I feel bad. They've been on the run the whole day. It's just a repeat every single match of this engagement at Fort Crumpet, and I mean, finally, those teams in the surrounding areas are starting to really capitalize on it now, but it just makes it that much more difficult for Pix and Comeback. And coming back from this, I mean, it's gonna be really rough.
They're not the only ones though. Vexy, Snozq, Momsy, Sato, alone, Vico. He needs to reunite with Malabuka, and he's got to do it fast. Just tried to see if he could straggle on over towards Lockdown Lighthouse, but a little bit more than what he bargained for. Is Malabuka still doing what he can? Grenade launcher definitely causing a lot of chaos here towards Sato and Momsy. But Sato and Momsy, they're in a place right now, Takada, where they cannot afford an early elimination departure. They would much rather just drag this one out, make it much less appealing to Malabuka and Vico. If they just clearly indicate, like, hey, we don't have to fight you. We have no intentions of forcing this fight against you. And if you want more eliminations, you're going to have to go somewhere else. But they're just not that healthy. No white heals for Momsy and Sato, so they'll be forced to retreat into the storm itself.
Yeah, very good call from them, especially being just a little over 10 points away from that top 3 qualifying range. Quick, Midro, on the other hand, a little bit further, but hey, a quick beam onto Vico here could be what it takes.
Vico, so unsuspecting. Patience is a virtue right now, though, for Twek and Midro. Might have been Malabuka who was the more appealing target. Wanted to give Vico an opportunity to get a little bit further ahead, or they might just be opting to just stay completely out of vision, completely out of the picture. I mean, when you think about first 2 lobbies, victory royales, you're having crazy levels of success, and the next thing you know, it's like they put a bullseye right on their backs because every single other team in the lobby just seemed very interested in that initial split that Twek and Midro were claiming stakes to. So sometimes it is better to just stay out of the picture.
If you're Sky and Scroll, though, this is exactly how you want to be playing right now. We've seen them do it throughout the whole day. They're not looking for fights early on. They're just setting themselves up for endgame. They don't really care about these early eliminations, and especially now comfortably sitting in first place. All they need to do is maintain it for these final 2 matches of the day.
Ooh, that exotic in the hands of Sharkatini, though, is definitely scary. Chino, Pablo, striking early. Josh will be in elimination. They can claim rights too, but Malabuka now in a little bit of a pickle here. Vexy might have gotten himself stuck in the mix too, though. As Vico likely gonna get the alert soon enough from his IDL that he needs to maybe provide a little bit of backup here. Malabuka still content though. Might not have actually been spotted out in that circumstance. All these other teams just waiting for their opportunities to actually move further into the zone.
And they're definitely going to take them. Pablo Chino going into this game in second place. They've had the rivalry with Sky and Scroll as now they actually head closer to where they are positioned on the map. Hopefully without anyone seeing them. Minori Darkos, on the other hand, they're in a bit of trouble now, but still one of the top contenders for that qualifying range.
Could be better, could be worse. Ultimately, loadout's not looking awful by any stretch of the imagination. This is definitely a position that they can look to try and give a little bit of pushback to the rest of the lobby on. But the main thing that I've really noticed with teams like, oh, hold that thought though, Chat, Flixie, Casper, Prism, Chat and Flixie ready to continue this conversation that they've sort of started over by Fort Crumpet. And Flixie, Chat, 4 eliminations already. Some of those largely credit to the fact that they were taking advantage of just barreling down onto Pix and Combeck. Big shot now onto Prism. He'll be forced to try and disengage, but he's got nowhere left to run. Just cut off every single angle. A great collapse there by Flixie and Chap. And they just want to keep things moving. They aren't going to waste any time. They got exactly what they were after. I mean, 5 eliminations is huge. The level ups even for the Morphite on shotgun here. And Happy Lusha, they recognize this is not the place we want to be in right now. We're just going to leave Prism and Casper to deal with those two.
Sato Momsy choosing to kind of stay in the storm here alongside Sky and Skrull. You can see the safety that a lot of these top teams are kind of alluding towards at the moment. They don't really want to put themselves in any risky position, and you can see even with the quick stat that Sky and Skrull are the most efficient fighters in the lobby, and I mean, it shows.
And another reason, too, I think they've been having so much success is because when you even look at their high ground metrics, they've spent about 5 minutes playing these endgames from height. Oh, man, it is just absolute catastrophe here for Casper and Prism. They just cannot catch a break. And this is also a worst-case scenario for some of our other leading teams on the leaderboard because you're just seeing Flixie, Chap, non-stop in this elimination feed. I mean, 7 elims already collected just because of the action that took place inside of Fort Crumpet.
Doesn't even look like they're done yet. Prism's still trying to do what he can to get away. Shark and Teeny could be using a little slurp bait. But these players are more experienced to take a slurp by a fully built metal structure. As now the rotate comes through.
The unstable yoink in Shark's hands, though. I can't stress it enough. I am really excited, but also concerned for the rest of the lobby once they start actually throwing themselves into some of these mid to end game fights, because there's a lot of power up potential there. And for a player like Shark especially, where if he finds one, you know that there's going to usually be 2, 3, possibly even 4 right after the fact. And it can just get so messy depending on how some of these teams choose to respond. But Vico, Malabuka, they've got 6 eliminations. Whether or not they can actually scrape into that top 3, I think mathematically it's a very difficult thing to consider, but the prize pool is still on the line for everyone else. And Malabuka, that was a big connection that he needed to defend his position currently at Slurpee.
Yeah, I mean, not only you get a qualifying spot, first place is 30K, 20K for second, 14K for third. Big prize pool these players are competing for, but you know, a lot of them just really also want that LAN qual spot. Majo Twek being one of the duos that have a good shot at it. If they can get one more win, complete the hat trick, it could put them into a position to make it happen in the last game.
Their intentions just seem to be set, though, on continuing to make cool, calm, collected decisions that can transition them into a solid endgame finish. Shark, Teeny, edge of zone for the time being, but they have got a stacked loadout between the two of them. We haven't really seen too many instances either of players being able to utilize exotics. Kata, I think that Shark's actually the first one that I've caught a glimpse of here today. Vico, worst possible outcome. Malabuka just barely managed going to rebooting in time, but Vico's just trying to build some space. Malabuka picked off from the sky, doesn't even get a chance to land down. And he knows that unless Vico can create a little bit of space here and play for the revive, he is not going to be brought back into this one. Reboots have been disabled. Darm and Deemish, they know just how weak, they know just how tempting it is too for Vico to just jump across, try and save his duo, but they're just holding fast. They are not going to let him go.
In worst case, he has to solo clutch it and gets good practice as a solo for the tournament he's got with Reese. Best case, he revives Malabuka, but Malabuka has gone down. Flixie Chap now 8 eliminations on the board. They can't afford getting eliminated before the placements come through. They've done so well already securing themselves these amount of eliminations. Now all that's left is to close it out with a good placement here. Chino, Pablo, though, do not want to let that happen.
Chino and Pablo have definitely stepped it up a notch too. Every single lobby, it just feels like they're scarier than the one before. They have been tearing through a lot of these endgame circumstances. And Sky, Skrull, credited with the elimination onto Vico. I'll make sure to drop down, grab the body loot in no time at all. Decent amount of material is going to be sent their way. Chet, Flixie still playing towards the opposite end of where Sky and Skrull are currently based up. But Minori, Darkos, done a great job at finding a somewhat isolated spot. It's not easy to do. Everybody's starting to collapse in on each other. The lobby begins to cannibalize itself. Shark, Teeny just trying to stay overhead. We know that they like to go for height, but they have been using a lot of materials, a lot of what they have to offer here. Chino getting lobby focused, and he'll be brought down to the pressure. Pablo just has to sit in horror. He knows there's nothing he can do except play his own life from this point forward.
This is where the chaos unfolds. Pablo is put into panic as he's lost his teammate. 24 builds to work with, as now they're forced to make something happen. Lusha, Mappy, they have the height, but are they even going to try and hold it this early on? It looks like they won it. They need a huge game if they want to have a chance to compete at the top 3. With only 1 elimination on the board, they're going to need a lot more.
Pink and it is. Playing for that secondary height. Pablo all the way down in the dirt, just trying to stay as far back from the backside of zone. But plenty of other players kind of looking to see. They know that there's going to be some scuffed solos in the mix, and Pablo's too exposed here. His last 3 HP, but he converts it. A big elimination now. Worst case scenario for Deemish. Darm, don't know where he's at, but the fact of the matter is, Pablo finding that shot could be the ultimate extension of his run here in this game.
Huge bailout from Pablo. Sky and Skrull still up as a duo, as Pablo's doing everything in his might to clutch it as a solo with only 1 build left. He pops the flow berry, but shots get connected onto him. He finds a little med mist. The Sky goes down as well. Skrull's left with only 20 HP, trying to do what he can. Is he actually going to be able to pick up his teammate? Pablo somehow still up and running.
It's just so tempting when the revives are just so much faster in reload. It's too easy, and Skrull even going to be able to steal away different players' knocked body, but now Skrull's going to find himself getting knocked in the mix. It's all up to Sky. Skrull's been fully eliminated. He still has a med kit to play through, but Pablo, 0 builds yet again. Can he find another miracle shot? And the answer is no. Sadly, he's been shut down here, but Shark, Teeny, they've just been waiting for their opportunity. Sky gonna try to go for the high ground, but he gets shockwave too far back. He's not gonna actually get a chance. His last crash pad gonna send him back into the safety of zone, but there's just so much mayhem unfolding around him. Pink now trying to challenge for the high ground, and Sky just hoping that nobody notices where he's currently based up. He doesn't have much material left. He needs to find a huge conversion here. He needs an elimination.
He might have seen it, though. He's looking for a solo. He does not want to take the 2v1. He wants to get that big refresh. Shark and Teeny, though, incredible job staying ahead as Sky now connects the first one. Can he finish the knockoff? He can, but he goes down shortly after, as now Twek once again up in the clouds.
But this is exactly what Twek and Midro needed. They had so much success to start the day. Tapered off ever so slightly, but now Twek spots his opportunity, sees Flixie trying to escape, it's not gonna allow him to do so. Shark and Teeny. Shark ready to brawl with anybody that comes their way. They're looking to make an absolute run here, controlling low ground, and it's gonna be difficult. Twek just trying to see if he can bring himself a little bit closer to the action, still trying to apply as much pressure as he can. If he gets chomped, it's fine. He still has that crash pad, but it's all Teeny and Shark here to try and control the scenes down below. Minori running, trying to see if he can keep one more life, but it's just not going to be enough. Teeny and Shark have no issues whatsoever. They are just picking off these solos like flies in the low ground.
Doing everything in their power to hold on to that top 3. They want to take over the crown in first place, and they have everything to do it. As the shots connect, Twek fully crapped now down below, as Teeny is going to be able to retake the high ground. Twek goes down, Wavy as well. Shark and Teeny looking absolutely lethal as they overthrow height and drop down for even extra eliminations. Josh now doing what he can to stay up. He's got some shields, but no heals to close this one out. A 2v1. Josh needs to make a power play to win this.
Josh nearly finds Teeny, but unfortunately now that's going to key in Shark to where this last player is at. And Josh, he's trying to see if he can just keep it rolling one more time. Maybe a little bit of a slip up here and there. All depends. Shark now being a little bit more cautious with how he chooses to proceed. Only one build remains, but it's just too much pressure to handle. Shark and Teeny finding their victory royale here in Game 7. We were all curious if they were actually going to be able to find one in this sequence of lobbies here today, Takada, but they've done it.
They've finally done it. They tried time and time again to secure high ground, and they have completed it. So let's head over the desk and see how it shakes things up.
Thank you so much, guys. This duo was already in contention for a spot at the championships, but now they've pretty much cemented it with a victory royale. It was very high earned. And again, it was just a masterclass from this duo. The chemistry is clearly there. Shark knows he's the attack dog for this duo, and Teeny is the guarantee, Reese.
Absolutely, and you know, a lot of that was basically allowed because all of our other top teams are playing as solos for the most of the game. Like, this is one of the one matches for the end game where I'm watching Shark and TD, and they've been together for the entire time. Like, their end games have honestly been very messy up until this point. So to see them stick together and have such good synergy this late into the tournament is really nice.
Yeah, I think the big thing with these guys is when both of them come knocking at your door, like, it's just so hard to really answer. And Shark's been playing amazingly today. We, were talking a bunch about how he has been, such a key player for this duo in this year. But like you said, Reese, together they are much stronger. And, it was coming. Taco mentioned, like, we were all asking the question, when's it going to come? It was going to come, right? They kept having these games where they were marauding around the mid ground and causing people problems. Eventually, you give yourself a fighting chance and they get the win here.
Yeah, and I think like their playstyle is just so aggressive, right? Like when you have someone like Shark who is so mechanical, you want to use him, you know? You don't want to put him in a Surge Tower in FNCS or something like that. That's just cruel. You want to let him off the leash and go crazy. But at the end of the day, like that is still a risky play. So that's why we've seen so many solo clutches from them up to this point. So now that it's actually worked, it's looking really good.
Well, speaking of solo clutches, Reese, there were a lot of solos in that endgame. We'll talk more about those after this break. We just had a fascinating Game 7 because so many of our big duos ended up as solos. And it was particularly interesting to see that happen to Pablo and Chino, Reese, because actually their mid-game was looking really impressive.
Yeah, it's very interesting. They're doing a strategy that we've seen a lot of teams do so far, which is stay deep into the storm, hit a launch pad, and then land in the 5th zone, as you can see right here. Right? The Fizz super launch pad takes you basically the entire distance across the map, as I already mentioned, it is small. So they actually choose a relatively good spot here. The problem with this strategy, as you noticed, as they're doing that, they had 150 builds each, capped materials. But once they land and they get into a spot like that, they're landing late, and everyone starts to end up looking at them much later on. So they actually ended up draining between the 5th and the 6th zone around 100 builds each. So you can see they skip to the 8th here, almost nothing left to their name at this point, which makes Chino go down. Now, what's interesting about this Chino going down here is their top 15. Now, Pablo solo clutches, I think, for another 2, maybe even 3 zones by himself. He's 3 HP at this point, gets the elimination, right? He does all of this work. He goes crazy. Top 3 solo clutch we've seen so far, but he gets 0 placement points out of this. It was 2 zones, that's what it is, because placement points start kicking in once you're in the top 12. So basically 2-3 minutes by himself, and I ended up getting nothing out of it.
And if you,
I was really worried for a second. You were hyping it up there. The clutch, I was about to say, Reese, he didn't even get any placement points out of that. But
No,
yeah,
it's just brutal,
He circled
you know?
around. So yeah. Like it is a cruel game we have here.
but then when you look at Sky and Scroll, Sky was also left as a solo clutcher, but he was actually able to pick up some all-important points for his team, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's interesting is he almost was not the solo clutcher, because Scroll was the solo clutcher at one point. He got this elimination here, this refresh, got enough to cap materials, and then Scroll ended up going down, and he got the revive onto him, and then he picked him up. So it's like they swapped roles in the way that they were solo clutching afterwards. The big difference between the way Sky and Scroll played that and then Chino and Pablo ended up doing it was the fact that he ended up solo clutching up to a top 9. So you have 2 solo clutches, one got nothing out of it, and the other managed to make it deep into the end game, which is drastic different points now for the leaderboard.
Let's talk about then Sky and Scroll and Teeny and Shark, because finally we got to see Teeny and Shark actually pull off the victory royale. The promise was there the whole of the broadcast so far, but when we compare those to Sky and Scroll, who do you think has got the edge right now? Who's going to be qualifying in that #1 spot, Levin?
Oh, it's a tough one. I think both of these teams have been, very consistent. I think maybe you'd have to give the edge to Teeny and Shark, right? As far as just what they've been able to make out of their games, even when things have been messy, right? Just those fine margins, keeping them kicking in the game. I think right now these guys are in a flow state.
Yeah, it's interesting because you look at the stats and they're very similar between the two teams, yet the gameplay seems so different. You got Shark and Teeny, who seems kind of messy, whereas Sky and Scroll seem just so locked in. So going into the final game, I'm interested to see who can take it out into first place.
Well, let's talk about Flixie and Chap, please, because yes, they didn't have the best end game, but they had a fantastic start at Fort Crumpet. They basically farmed 7 eliminations, Levin, which is really what they need to do to get those all-important placement points out, elimination points to get up the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is the type of thing, I think we were expecting to see them do, right? Be a menace to all the teams in that Fort Crumpet area. And I think the big thing for these guys now is, again, going into this last game, it has to be a big one, right? It has to almost be a replica of a lot of what we saw from them in this game. Flixie, I know he desperately wants to make it to the LAN and be one of the players there. And so if he can pull out another sort of clutch like this, where again, he's just getting those extra bit of placement points that can be the difference maker. They are so close, right? They're just on the outside. They need a really strong game, though, if they're going to stop or overtake Chino and Pablo.
Absolutely, and they've been a thorn in the side of Casper's team. As you mentioned, they're keying there into Fort Crumpet, and that was their most successful attempt at that. But it's not that that's the first time they've done it. So in Game 8, if they've had such success on that in the previous match, you've got to think they're going to do that exact same strategy, assuming that the zone allows it to here. But, they currently are looking at the leaderboards. They're only like 24 points behind, there, before they actually get into a qualification slot. There you go. You can see on screen right now. So it's very, very close between any of the teams who actually want to get into that very, very important top 3.
We do have 3 more qualifier finals after this, and it's really interesting to see Twek and Midro making such an early impression. And I wonder if after they had some time to go away, if they don't qualify tonight, if we're going to be seeing them at the top of the leaderboard next time round, Levin.
I mean, I'd like to think so. I feel like a lot of the way they have played has just shown great understanding of just fundamentals and how to play the game effectively. It was really cool to see Twek here, even as a solo, right? Trying to impose himself in the lobby. How often do we see, you know, newer players or players who maybe don't have that type of experience, when they have the solo clutch, they are just trying to hide and like play things as safely as possible. He was actually trying to go, actually, no, I might be a solo, but I have some materials. Like, let me play around with it, right? These guys are young and incredibly confident.
Yeah, I really want to see them in this last game go crazy, because they've kind of been like the story that we've been talking about through the entire game. They've been there in the vast majority of the games doing something. So in this final match, like, I want to see a pop off from them, put them into the top 3. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's nice to see some fresh blood in the lobby. It will be really interesting to see if they can make it to the LAN in August, whether it's tonight or at one of our next qualifiers. But this is it, guys. It's game 8, the last game before we find out who has booked the first 3 tickets to those championships. Let's head into our final game with Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, Taco, I'm getting nervous. We've got some solidified duos in the top 3, but we have a lot of players right on that cutoff on the borderline, like Reese was mentioning. Twek and Midori. They're a duo that doesn't have a single FNCS finals appearance, and now they are 1 game away to having a shot at qualifying themselves to a championship LAN with $1 million prize pool. Do they have what it takes, Taco?
I mean, there's a couple of teams in similar positions, right? You've got Minori and Darkos, you've got Mindro and Twek, like you were just referencing. And I love the fact that we are witnessing this surge of just up-and-comers teams that so many people were kind of just ruling out, proving that they've got what it takes to compete here today. And when you look at this top 10 and just knowing how tightly meshed even that top 3 is going to fall upon, but we've got 1 lobby left to do it and find out who's going to come out on top.
I'm literally getting shivers as we speak from how close this leaderboard is. Momsy Sato, Twek Mitro, Chap Flixie, Minori Darkos. These are all duos right on the cusp of qualifying. And in the meantime, we've had this battle from the beginning. Malibuca Vico up against iDrop and Marius. And in these recent matches, it has not been going iDrop's way at all, as Malibuca once again picks up an elimination, leaving Marius alone.
But the problem is they can't find Marius immediately. Vico going to be the first one to drop, but Vico loses all of his HP. He'll be forced to scatter now. Malibuca, not necessarily the healthiest either, but Marius, having lost all of his shield, Vico instead popped from a different direction entirely. Malibuca brought down by Comeback. Comeback and Pix. This might be their best opportunity for the third-party scenes. But Marius and iDrop may be counting their lucky stars that there was an intervention here in the final lobby. iDrop and Marius will be left standing. Comeback, Pix trying to keep the pressure rolling, but instead it's going to be Pix eliminated. Comeback left to try and retreat. Flixie and Chap waste absolutely 0 time, though. This is the last thing you want to see. Nightmare scenario, but Chap is taken out. No. Marius with the better timing to beat. And Marius, iDrop, just like that, have completely turned Slurpy Swamp on its head. This was not the way that Flixie and Chap envisioned that third-party circumstance to go, but Flixie is on a full-on retreat, taking shots from so many other teams along the way. Kieran Rydex, they know he's low, they know he's weak, and they know he's a free elimination. Flixie did buy just enough time, though, for Chap, but they are going to be so... It's going to be an uphill battle, Takata, because they have nothing to work with.
I mean, it really is. That's a devastating start here. It's possible to come back from, but it's the difficulty level of this match just went to an all-time high. Sharktini, though, you cannot afford to go down here, leading the pack into this final match. They've already got 1 elimination. Shark got dropped down incredibly low. You can see how long this fight has been taking from all the builds, but the confidence is still there. Shockwave coming through as Teeny takes some shots back and forth. Let's see what actually happened beforehand.
Snotsky just trying to get aggressive here. Mappy Lucia as well, but Shark holds his own. And this is almost what we would have expected in a final lobby. I mean, game 8, there are teams who are just doing everything to try and find those last few points. And then there are other teams who know, hey, I'm pretty much out of it for top 3 contention, but what can I do in terms of securing prize pool in general? And that's why we're seeing so many of these shakeups, so many of these teams just looking to get all that much more aggressive. For Haris and Dimish, these teams have clearly been duking it out. 3 eliminations already for Darm and Dimish, but given the fact that it's Dimish rebooting, you know that things have been very scrappy.
Yeah, quite shaky for a lot of the teams here, but shot after shot, laser beaming Aris into the ground. Pixovsky now as well, looking to see what he can do against Marius and iDrop, but they're trying to let the rest of the lobby know what they went through in this past 3 matches. Now their aggression is at an all-time high. Shots being connected by iDrop. Just one more needed, but he cannot connect on Pixovsky as now he's forced to use a shockwave to get the last shot here.
He's not gonna let it go though. Pixovsky is not safe just yet. iDrop still looking to force this elimination. Ooh. Loses all of his shield. Pixovsky nearly managing to turn that one around, but it's just not enough gas left in the tank here. This will be rebooted. Marius in a completely separate fight. They are splitting up and just hunting down player after player, elimination after elimination. 6 already for Marius and iDrop. And when you think about how this match actually started off for these two, it is incredible scenes that they've already managed to convert this many elimination points.
Can't hide from Marius, it seems. But as he was a hunter, now turned into prey. As Raytex Kira are doing what they can to finish Marius here. He's left with just a sliver of HP, doing what he can to stay up.
They're just players that are constantly scouring the skies, trying to see who's rebooting now, who can we take out next. Marius doesn't have any white eel, so he'll eventually just lose out, even though it's such an early tick zone. It doesn't matter when you're being chased for that long. But that's just going to be the bad signal now for Dimish and Darm. They immediately fly on over. They want to see if there's anything they can clean up after the fact. Chino, Pablo, 2 eliminations. Contemplating the mythic goldfish, but they'll wait it out.
We've seen some clips. We know what it's capable of, but maybe not in the last game. Maybe, yeah, not the last game of the finals. Not where you want to clip farm today, especially being the literal cutoff to qualifying at 265 points, 3rd place going into this game.
But Darm and Dimish, they're another one of our teams inside of that top 10 threshold. This is why we're seeing them get so aggressive here against Redix and Kira. They need these points. Every single elimination just crucial for trying to climb their way up that leaderboard. Darm, Dimish look like to be in a better position here in comparison to Redix and Kira, but at the same time, Takata, still one more Medmis grenade, still a crash pad to potentially disengage with. They just refuse to budge, and iDrop is going to take full advantage of it. Dimish caught off guard. The flank maneuver has proven to be the ultimate counter here for the Poles. Darm now trying to punish iDrop on his way out. Maybe looking to follow suit, but iDrop, guess where he's crash padded directly towards? It's Chap and Felixi with Darm right behind him. Chap gonna find the elimination onto Darm, though, just punishing that over-aggression. And Dimish realizing, I have got to get out of here.
Not a great start for Flixie and Chap, but now they've had a shot at redemption. Can they capitalize on it? Marius takes a big pump, but Chap is still up and running. He has shields, but is the time going to be worth it to take them as his teammate is battling it out? Marius dropped below, but still forced to heal up.
This is still very bad, though, for Marius and iDrop. They need a chance to reconvene. Marius may have just done enough. Flixie, Chap, Marius, iDrop, they're all just so incredibly low. Practically no builds either, only a handful between both of these teams. Still hanging out inside of these storm battles. Shark, a little bit of a lurk out. Shark and Teeny, they're gonna have to disengage. Got Memphis grenades, so they're not in huge problems just yet over by Dirty Docks. It's more about trying to clear out what's closest to them to give them a little bit more playroom for where they want to rotate and position themselves later on.
Sky and Scroll, the amount of time we've seen them in a bush, they like playing it. And hey, I got nothing to say because it's clearly paying off. Second place, 296 points. Their only job right now is to maintain their spot on the leaderboard and potentially overthrow Sharkantini to take that first place spot. Anything to not drop out of that top 3. They're doing it right so far.
I mean, when you think about what's happening inside of this elimination feed, you know Sky and Scroll are seeing every last bit of it too. With so many top teams just constantly having to reboot. Sometimes it's best to just go unnoticed. You want to play a little bit more towards that incognito terrain because you just don't want to give the opportunity. An early departure here could mean another team taking over Sky and Scroll's position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Sato Momsy are that 4th place duo right outside of qualifying range. So, you know, the pressure is weighing down on their shoulders. But with those 3 eliminations they've picked up early on, they're in a great spot to make something happen.
And for players in this position too, it's, you know what's on the line. You know that a land spot is potentially right in your grasp. You don't want to let it slip through your fingers, but you also don't want to let that impact how you choose to play this final lobby. You almost have to treat it like every other game before. Obviously, still keep your wits about you, but then you've also got to deal with teams like Medius and Hydrop who they're trying to overcome some point gaps, and they know that they've got to be so incredibly aggressive. It can really play spoiler to some of these teams that are looking to have a little bit more of a calm early to mid game, set themselves up nicely for the end game, because you've just got Hydrop and Marius just constantly crashing into teams looking for whatever they can get.
I mean, you had 10 eliminations already. They've reached double digits. We're just getting started here. Placement's not even close to kicking in. As now in this 6th zone, we've talked about it. Once it closes and 7th appears, there's no more reboots left. As Mydro and Twek fight for their shot at the championship LAN.
Solid loadouts though. Drone gun, Sentinel, a few shockwaves, couple Medmis grenades. Sky seems like that, you know, go unnoticed, continue to live a little bit longer. Mentality just has not boded well for them. But Scroll having to be rebooted here. If he keeps getting shot out of the sky too, that would be an even bigger issue, but he will manage to touch down. Great awareness there from Sky to just base out far enough to allow his duo an opening. But it's still just gonna make things so problematic. He's still gotta find a refresh at some point. They're gonna be forced to fight now. They can no longer just sit idly by. Snosky and Vexy, though, unfortunately ran into Chap and Flixie.
Hey, what a comeback from Chap and Flixie, though. They had an incredibly rough beginning to this match, but they're looking quite well now. Ahead of zone, good amount of eliminations. They could have more mats and utility, but hey, it could be significantly worse.
The builds are what I'm really keeping an eye out for, because we've seen just how rapidly those have been depleted in the past. And Flixie, oh no, he's been knocked, he's been eliminated. Chap, he's not gonna get the chance. He's only got 4 HP. Medmis grenade gonna be forcibly dropped. But Chap, he's just so incredibly weak here, and he's still trying to fight his way out of this one. The Medmis grenade obscuring a little bit of the vision, I think, for both ends of the spectrum here. But teams know he is weak. He is a solo minority Darkos. They want to see if they can claim their own stake on these extra eliminations, but there is no reboot for Flixie. Chap is going to have to lock in for the solo clutch, and it's going to have to be an incredible performance to put them into contention here, Takada.
You were worried about their mats before. Now you got to be in pure panic with what, 15 builds maybe? No more teammate. In the blink of an eye, the tables turn. Darkos, Minori. This is one of the other duos that also have yet to secure an FNCS finals appearance, and now we're also incredibly close to reaching that qualifying range as they have a shot at it with this final match of the day. The moving zones continue. Podesai gets knocked down. Sky and Scroll, though, They're incredibly low on mats, having to split between each other after that elimination came through, but at least both of them are both standing now.
Problem is having to play for an elimination setup when it seems like the majority of the lobby is already looking to be just overly aggressive. They have to be so precise with every single shot to come. Pablo, Chino, making their own way forward. Chap, gonna have to eat a handful of shots here as he's looking to stray on in. It's gonna be very tough trying to play from the backside of zone, especially with players like Darm Demish right behind you. Midro gonna manage a shockwave forward, but it looked like he might have been all by himself here. Chap recycling another player's crash pad, but can he hang tight long enough? These wood builds down to his final 4 even. It is horrific scenes right now for Chap. He's got the Morphi pump aimed and ready though. One shot is all it takes sometimes, Takada. He could come up massive here.
Look at the remaining players, though. Reese Levin, they were breaking down how important it is to make use of the solo clutch and not only get elims, but get to that top 12 where the placement points start racking up, and they're just one team away from getting to that placement point range. Shark and Teeny, though, doing what they can to stay healthy, and they're looking great currently as Haris has gone down. Still 13 duos up as Sky and Scroll get ahead.
Sky and Scroll, though, recognizing there's already a team playing through height. Darm and Demish have actually managed to finagle their way up towards an elevated position. And some teams definitely in tatters underneath them. Pablo still working his way through. We just saw Pablo and Chino, and now they've lost literally all of their builds along these last couple of rotates. Just so exposed, trying to make their way forward towards the front sides, and teams just constantly dropping like flies around them. A lot of solo players now looking to take over here. Medius and iDrop, though, they also don't have a whole lot of materials to work with, but they do have a ton of eliminations here. It's only a matter of time, though. They're about to run smack dab center into where Sky and Scroll are currently situated. Not only that, but Shark and Teeny from behind. They're tanking up with Memphis grenade from behind. They're about to surprise the entire lobby from the backside of zone here. Pablo knows he's just got to hit it into overdrive, try and stay ahead. Darm Demish also posing a huge threat, but now Shark, Teeny, they're ready to go for height. Darm Demish forced to drop out, and now Shark and Teeny, they have a commanding control over the high ground.
They're able to hold on to it now, but Pablo, he got a second chance. He wasn't able to get placements in the last solo clutch, but he might have just gotten enough to secure a spot in the top 3 as Shark gets dropped down. It's all on them now, holding height with only 3 builds left. Is anybody gonna try and take it from them?
Scroll does manage to pick up a little bit of body loot, but he's having to commit towards his ultimate low, just trying to stay ahead. Maybe he can turn back. Maybe he can find another elimination. Any sort of refresh. The materials just mean so much to him at this point, but instead he loses all of his shield. Does still have some small potions to work with, but it is a doomsday situation right now in the low ground. Shark and Teeny, they are just finding even more eliminations, even more pressure to these teams, and Scroll just can't hold on. Josh and Wavy will take over, but Lucia, Mappy, they're still looking to see if they can maybe find a conversion here for a victory royale in the final moments. Shark and Teeny, though, doing a great job at just micromanaging these high ground points.
They were first place going into this match. They were able to secure their victory royale, and the last one is now they're looking to get the back-to-back VR, showing their dominance, holding on to that crown as Lusha goes down, leaving Mappy alone. Shark continuing to apply pressure from above as Mappy now must be running low on mats. All the ammunition in the world is all they need to take these shots as Josh now is doing what he can to stay up, but the pressure, it looks like it's going to be too much.
Teeny and Shark know that they basically got this one in the bag. They just got to play through the way that they always do. And sure enough, Teeny with the final shot. Another victory royale back-to-back for Teeny and Shark. We knew that they were basically a lock for that LAN championship, Takada, but this is just a victory lap for them at this point.
Look, they did a great job. What I got in my mind is Pablo. He got a second chance at the solo clutch in 3rd place. Did he do enough to hold on to the qualification spot? Only 3 people can answer that. So Frankie, Levin, and Reese, take it away.
You know what? I wish that I had that power and foresight, Taco and Takata, but unfortunately, your guess is as good as mine. We're going to have to wait for our officials to confirm who has booked their spot in the championships. However, we can safely say that Shark and Teeny are going to be there after that epic victory royale, Levin.
And I'm very excited. An opportunity to see the young star on a LAN setting, an opportunity for him to really show the world that he is as great as everybody on TikTok at least seems to think he is. No, but in all seriousness, they really deserve to be there. The way they have performed today, Reese, has been top class.
Absolutely, and you know, we've been giving Shark his credit for absolutely fragging out throughout the majority of the day, but in this final match, Shark ended up with 0 elims and TD with 6, so it's not a one-man band by any means. I love how he just showed up when it actually mattered.
I mean, I think one of the really, you know, interesting sort of angles is ultimately, right, you know, it's a new era, right, when it comes to reload competition, but this is like the equivalent of FNCS for reload. So we, you know, it's a great opportunity for them to sort of get the year rolling as far as momentum as in top competitive settings.
The FRES. It's definitely going to stick. We're definitely going to be calling that as we head forward into the year. But right now, I've got something much more important to show you guys, which is the standings. We'll find out our top 3 who have obviously got the lion's share of the prize pool and are going to the championships. And there's been no movement going into Game 8. These were the top 3 we had, and they managed to remain consistent. Pablo must be breathing a sigh of relief right now, Reese.
Absolutely, you know, his, again, solo clutching into the final match to keep himself up. Very, very impressive placement for him. And, you know, let's be real, these are the top 3 teams that we've been talking about for the most of the day, right? They've been the teams who've been there in almost every single end game. I wouldn't be very happy if one of them dropped out right at that final moment.
Yeah,
but it was a close run.
Unjust.
Talk about Sky and Scroll as well. They were the favourites alongside maybe Vico and Malabuka going into this one. The consistency won the day. Obviously, some very satisfying victory royales for these guys, and I think they're going to be contenders when we head to LAN.
Absolutely. I mean, at the start of the day, when you asked me who do I think is a shoo-in to qualify, they were the name we gave you, right? And it wasn't some, you know, crazy prediction. It wasn't some crazy foresight, Reese. It's the reality of their level of Fortnite over the past couple of months. These guys have just been the best duo, or one of the best duos at every given opportunity.
Yeah, I think it just shows, as players, the versatility that these two have. It's unbelievable. You give them any game mode, give them solos, duos, trios, reload, any team mode, it doesn't matter. And they're going to be a team who's up at the top of the leaderboard. They're undoubtedly a tier 1 players in this region.
Oh, this is something I wanted to talk to you about. We will talk about Pablo in a moment. I do want to talk about Sky and Scroll just a bit longer because of the fact that last year it wasn't their most satisfying, should we say, results-wise. And now we're seeing that Scroll has won the solo tournament at the start of this year. Now teaming up again with Sky, they've managed to conquer, at least come second in this first qualifying final, Reese. What's the secret sauce? What's changed for these guys to suddenly find them so much success?
So I want to actually check. I'll check after this, unfortunately. But Scroll, if you don't know, has some of the worst binds ever. He scrolls through all of his binds on his keyboard mouse. I'm wondering, is it the, you know, don't make it to global championships, so you say, I've got this hunger in my belly, I want to grind, I want to practice for everything, or has he just changed himself for like the worst binds ever? It's one of the two. I
think he did change his binds. I don't know if he stuck with it, but I know he did change up his binds.
I did see it, yeah.
Months ago. Yeah, I think a couple months back he switched off. I think these guys were just like one of those typical teams you've seen in Fortnite history where it's like just fancy duos a bit more than trios, right? You know, we know they had their struggles when it came to finding the right fit for a third last year in trios. But when it comes to their duo synergy, I don't think we've ever really questioned that. And it's great to see them being able to showcase that a lot more this year.
Yeah, Reese, how long until we see the YouTube video come out about that one?
I mean, I think I might already have one about that, to be honest. I will be honest with you. I think I've already got it.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, I'm the worst fan of Reese ever,
You are,
but
you are.
I'm
It's
gonna
fine.
work on it. After tonight's performance on the desk, Reese, I'm definitely gonna be your number one stan. I'm gonna be in all the comments. Let's talk about Sky then. So Scrolls had the worst keybinds, but potentially not the worst keybinds anymore. What about Sky, Levin? Are you impressed with his individual performance tonight?
I mean, how can you not be? I mean, this guy has been putting on a show for us, obviously, this evening, but as an individual as well, he was probably always the one that, like, you know, was most impressive at times when these two played together in the past. Scroll doing his best job to sort of make that a conversation as well. But Sky, again, is a fantastic player. And, you know, these guys have been around for quite some time, even though they are still so young, right? Like, as soon as they were eligible to play at 13, they were popping up in, like, top competitions. And so both still incredibly young, but thriving, shining, reaching their prime years in the Fortnite comp.
Well, we are so excited to have Sky standing by for an interview because this, I have to say, Sky, was such a fantastic performance from yourself and Scroll. How did you manage to maintain your calm under such pressure?
I mean, we just talked together, told each other to calm down, and I mean, yeah, we just played our game.
It's interesting, Sky. You guys really have some of the best synergy when it comes to, it always feels like you guys are on the same page. What about Scroll makes your life easier, right? What about the way he plays the game allows you to succeed?
I mean, the fact we've played together for years now, and I mean, we kind of just know what we think, so it's so easy to just play on each other and get the refreshes we need.
Grand. How do you like approach a game mode like Reload in comparison to, say, Battle Royale? You know, there wasn't that way to practice into Scrim before this. So, like, how do you actually understand what the meta is coming into like a game mode like this?
Yeah, I mean, it was hard compared to Battle Royale, but we just put a lot of time to like into VOD reviewing the whole thing and VOD reviewing other players, see what they do, and then try and like implement stuff into our own gameplay.
Now you've qualified for the championship finals, Sky. What's the focus going to be? Is it going to be conquering the other qualifiers and playing for that prize money? Or are you going to be starting to think about FNCS?
I mean, of course, there's still going to be focus on like the qualifiers, but the main focus is 100% going to be on FNCS.
Oh, I can't wait to see what you guys can achieve across the entire year, Sky. Congratulations. And also, before I let you go, where can we find you online?
On Twitter, my name is Sky Season, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's Sky Season. And then I have a YouTube that I'm starting to upload on. That's Sky Season as well.
Amazing. We'll have to go and subscribe to that one. Thank you so much. Please do pass on our best to Scroll as well.
Of course.
Tech. Fantastic. Not only have we got our first 3 duos qualified for the championships, I know the MENA region was playing as well, so you'll be able to find out those results for yourself online as well. But also, I feel like we've got a really exciting year ahead of us, guys. Levin, are you anticipating much action, though, from the NAC lobby later tonight? It's coming up in 2 hours.
Of course, it never disappoints. So I'm really looking forward to seeing who can challenge uncontested Slurpy Swamp for Peter Bottom Poyo. Come on, someone's got to do something about that.
Look, as an avid NA hater, even I'm a little bit excited to see how Pete does, right? He's looking on top form with Poyo right now, so even I'm going to be checking in.
Who is a stronger duo, though, Levin? Is it Peter Bottom Poyo or is it Reese and Vico?
Come on, man. Let's not joke around here, man. I know we like to laugh and giggle on the show, but let's get serious, man. Come on, this is Big Pete. Come on.
Well, listen, for everyone loving the Fortnite tonight, in 2 hours, as I've already mentioned, we've got Zeke and the gang commentating and bringing you that North American action. But until then, if you want to kind of keep yourself in the Fortnite game, then you could hear Levin commentating the Reddish Rumble and you could watch Reese being carried by Vico. The choice is yours. All we know is we'll see you in a couple of hours' time on this channel. Boys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to Taco and to Carter. We'll see you in a few weeks' time on this channel for more European Reload Elite Series action. But for now, guys, for the first time in 2026, sound that horn.